this is now. This is May, perhaps April, maybe May. But what could happen in June? This is far from being known. So this is the purely political strategy that to some extent, objectively speaking, could be understood. But it is in a pure confrontation with the second part of the story, which is the third layer, which is the sanitary layer, where we all know that, again, to organize the elections in quite a huge country is quite a challenge. And on the organizational level, one could try to do it by mail, but with a lot of preparations. What one could even think about the term in terms of the e-democracy. And again, it would demand a lot of time and resources to prepare it. So the government would like to go on with what they have. And this means that, again, what is certain is the high level of uncertainty. And we are looking at the political situation in a pure disbelief, because just to give you one example, today, a member of the National Electoral Commission, by the way, nominated in 2020, so under the Law and Justice government, had a public conference, and he said that he, the member of the National Electoral Commission, he's unable to guarantee the fair elections in those circumstances. So this is absolutely unbelievable, because according to the usual expectations, one would say he should have said something different, which was not the case. So that's what he said. And another level is the legal level. This is the most horrible to be explained in the simple terms, because it is just a jungle now. Lawyers are usually unable to explain it easily, because almost every session of the parliament brings new documents that are not really discussed before. So one could be surprised from one day to another with a new rules and regulations that could amend the present state of legal affairs. So what we know, what could be expected, to make the long story short, is that if not on the 10th of May, maybe on the 17th of May or the 23rd of May, the elections could take place, because the parliament, the marshal of the Polish parliament from the Law and Justice could just order that we have a little bit more time. But this is it. This is it. So if we are talking about the elections, maybe you could be to some extent disappointed with all those layers and the fact that I can't bring you the very concise resume of our state of affairs. But and here is something of utmost importance. One should remember that in any time, and it would be a follow-up to what you said, Peter. In fact, in those circumstances, at any rate, if you have such a legal mess and organizational mess, what is the outcome? The outcome is almost always the same, that the executional power gains more power, to say it in the most simple way. In fact, the power is getting bigger without recurring to these legal issues, because if you are creating this jungle and mess, in fact, you are grabbing the power, because what lawyers are going to do? They are going to quarrel about all those procedural details. We know it from Hungary, we know it from Poland. The lawyers are going to have the war of lawyers, in fact. And for ordinary citizens, it's not only like a foreign language, it's also of the political meaning that people are looking at, okay, so we have this we-they Carl Schmittian way of thinking about politics. So people are almost forced to take sides, and legal procedures are very far from the basis of the decision of ordinary citizens. For them, it would be, do I have any kind of benefit from that government? Is the opposition convincing me in a way that something would be of value for me in the nearest future? So I think that this is the way of another way of dismantling liberal democracy, because obviously in Hungary and in Poland the governments are calling themselves not to be liberal, so at least they are not hiding anything. And what should be maybe underlined in this part of my presentation is that we should remember that, for example, it was a couple of days ago, Zoltan Kovac gave an interview on BBC. And I think that one should remember how craft the populists from Central Europe became with their language, political language. They are able to dismantle the liberal democratic way of presenting things very easily. Of course, they are not going to convince me, for example, but the point is that one cannot ignore the fact that these strategies of defense are extremely refined. They are more and more refined because, for example, again, referring to the upcoming presidential election, in the public interview, in the interviews the members of the government are giving in Poland, they are referring to other countries and they are saying, oh, look, there are countries in Europe where the elections took place. Why should we give up on democracy? And I mean, when you take a look at Hungarian way of explaining or defending Orban's politics, it's more or less the same. Look, it's picking a certain country and showing, oh, look, in Western Europe, they are doing the same. We have the double standards. So I think that what should be a subject of our concern is this language strategies of defending illiberal democracies, because they are pretty powerful and worrying nowadays.
Thank you very much, Jaroslav. And I think we will return to this point where you are now, about the general, let's say, clever moves of populists in the current situation. How can they, let's say, exploit the situation and use the different kind of possibilities and the situation in their advantage, either by, let's say, suppressing elections or to organize elections. Let's take a look at Eastern Partnership countries right now, and especially Belarus. So, Elena, Belarus is sometimes called, I think I'm not this optimistic, but as the last dictatorship in Europe. Which is, something that can be debated, especially in the context of illiberal tendencies in Central Eastern Europe. But still, I mean, Lukashenko is definitely someone who is there for a while, and his regime used a different approach to the coronavirus than many. It's not just that there were belated responses, but there were almost no responses, no lockdown. And Lukashenko became famous for his recommendation of, let's just go to the sauna, drink vodka, and go to the farms if you want to fight the pandemic, which is sometimes even denied to exist. So, what do you think? Can the situation turn dangerous for Lukashenko because of this quite special approach to the situation? And how do you think this current situation and the coronavirus is anyhow having an impact on the complicated relationship between Moscow and Minsk? Turn on. Turn on.
Hello. Thank you, Peter, and thank you for the invitation. Absolute pleasure to join this group, especially on such an interesting topic. And while I was delighted to hear about changes and dynamics, be it either in Europe, in different member states, and also around the world, it is in Belarus, it is definitely business as usual. There is nothing surprising there in that particular sense. And so Lukashenko's response is also nothing surprising if we are to look at the complex interplay between, rational and irrational. He's not really the only one, to be fair. I think there was a reference in FT recently. There is this so-called ostrich alliance, which kind of bundles together not just Belarus. Belarus is definitely not just the exception in the rule. There is also, I believe, Nicaragua, Brazil, and Turkmenistan. But of course, these are all different cases in the different geographies. I think recently Lukashenko wanted to align himself with Europe a little bit more, saying that actually, if anything, he was following a Swedish approach, not in terms of denying the pandemic, but actually in terms of following the principle of herd immunity. But of course, these are not comparable cases, and Belarus clearly stands out in a sense that how the situation is unfolding and how indeed very much ostrich-like approach the government currently takes to acknowledge the situation. So on the one hand, by what I mean actually exactly by this complex interplay, we have very much is this psychologically emotional response to emotional delay in actually understanding the situation. And only if before, literally a week ago, basically there was no such thing as, coronavirus in Belarus. There were cases of upper respiratory problems or cases of pneumonia or any other cases, but not the coronavirus case, clearly. At least this week, we have some acknowledgement that actually, if anything, we are dealing with the virus. But not necessarily in a sense of taking any or putting together any kind of government strategy. So there is this emotional delay, but there is also denial, which is yet again another psychological reaction, because when you deny, you don't really kind of engage or respond in any way to the situation, especially when you don't really see viruses flying, and that I think creates additional problem here. And you can see also in the media some reaction that some parallels are drawn with with Chernobyl case, when you couldn't contemplate back those days kind of increased levels of radiation, but the danger was there. Clearly here, until you see the viruses fly, you can't really, there is nothing to deal with. There is no danger out there. But to be honest, this is all very kind of emotional kind of response, a rational response to the situation. But there is also clear rationality there in not accepting the reality. And the clear rationality simply refers to the case of, well, there is economic factor clearly, because if you really follow the route of European states, then you would have to really kind of put the economy on hold, tell people to stay at home, go into lockdown. And that's what Belarusian economy cannot really have, because the immediate consequence would be its absolute full collapse, given its current limited capacities. There is also a resource factor here, because after all, that even if we try to, or Belarusian government would try to organize some form of response, there are not enough resources to deal with the situation in full frankness and fairness of that. So in that sense, it's the combination of both irrational, emotional, not accepting the pandemic, but also rational in full understanding that if we do accept the reality, we don't really have the means to deal with the pandemic. But I think what is different this time, and it is quite remarkable to note it, is actually the kind of the community, the societal response, which is totally different in a sense of self-organization, and actually citizens coming to challenge the government decision-making and non-acceptance of pandemic. So basically, people are refusing to send their children to school. People are refusing to come to work, even if they're forced to come to work. Even they accept, they begin to accept kind of resignations and so on. So, and also people organizing collections of money in order to support their local hospitals, which is unprecedented, yet again, given the levels of impoverishment in the country. Even there was one particular media narrative that there was this local young man who just simply managed to organize people and collected unprecedented amount of support in the region of $5 million in order to invest into hospitals, which to me speaks volume, given that we talk not of the United States, we actually talk about Belarus in this case. So the level of self-organization, resilience, let's say, civic response has been different this time round, and that what actually makes Belarus not business as usual, but if anything, somewhat different. Of course, the civic response is being fought by the bureaucracy of the state. So to the fact that parents refuse sending children to school, there is, of course, ministries and Ministry of Education in particular decrees saying that children then will not be certified for the year and so on, but parents are even ready to kind of to challenge those particular decisions, which eventually bureaucracy kind of gives in. That seems to be the case. So in Belarus, the situation is very difficult at the moment. We don't really have any clear statistics as to, what kind of levels of crisis of the pandemic is there at the moment. Some figures say that there is increase on average by about 1,000 cases on a daily basis. But I believe, obviously it differs across different parts of Belarus. But the fact is that Belarus is nowhere near the peak yet. So it is a very long way to go in terms of crisis unfolding, and that what makes it actually very much a worrying case, because if you look at Europe, and especially the EU, that it is now kind of planning and preparing exit strategy from the pandemic, and Schengen zones are ready now to open their borders back to business, or more or less coming back to business as usual. Countries on the EU side that are bordering Belarus are, without pointing fingers, actually they say that we may not be able to open borders in terms of exchange and travel with countries that do not recognize the pandemic situation in wider Europe. So but all in all, I think given yet again the intervention by the World Health Organization and their visit to Belarus, the EU was very quick in actually offering support, their support. So I think there was about 60 million sort of earmarked to actually support infrastructure in Belarus in terms of dealing with the pandemic. The question here, however, is more how the government itself is going to administer that particular support, and this is difficult decision, obviously, for the EU delegation in Belarus to make in terms of not letting the money go to waste, so to speak, because if government does not accept the pandemic, then how it is going to distribute the support to the needed parties. And of course, your question was also about the relationship with various neighbors, including, of course, the relationship with Russia. There are some interesting dynamics there. Kind of on the surface, it's basically business as usual. Nothing has changed. Sort of behind the scenes, there is ongoing preparation in terms of putting road maps, preparing road maps for the future meeting between different ministerial levels with regards to the state union, which is due to happen in September. But the tensions are there, and the tensions are brewing. And yet again, you can see all these reflections also in the media in terms of how the president of Belarus was described as the kind of the only one who seems dedicated to the memory of to upholding the memory of the war, who's willing and ready to hold the 9th of May parade to celebrate the 75th anniversary, and also to kind of who's still eager and willing to support people and communities in terms of organizing this voluntary labor days, subotniki. So all this, so some aspects of the media reflect this as a positive development, but of course, in full truth, if anything, you know, all these mass gatherings are absolutely unwelcome, and people are resisting the opportunity. So I'm not really sure whether the parade on the 9th of May is going to take place, and how then it is going to be reflected by the media. So there's kind of juxtaposition of the positions of the two presidents, the president of Russia and the president of Belarus, is very interesting at the moment. And of course, the Belarusian state media actually are using it to their advantage to portray Lukashenko as dedicated supporter of the people and of the sufferings and the memory of the war of the past. So just to conclude that, obviously what we see here is very much kind of to a degree business as usual, is how the president tends to play the situation and to use the situation to his own advantage. But on the other hand, there are new developments, especially in terms of civic response, and that is very much empowering in terms of kind of looking forward and hoping that things will change. Okay.
Thank you very much, Elena. I would like to return to that in a previous question, civic response, and also what do you think that the West, should they react? You talked a bit about the EU, but also I would be curious about your thoughts in a previous round on what the West should do with Belarus and the Eastern Partnership countries in general in this situation. We have right now, though, two questions from the audience, and I would like to encourage everyone who have questions to send questions to HLScom with 2M, so HLS communication, but HLScom only, .iu.edu email address. I unfortunately cannot share it right now, hlscom.iu.edu. So, and we have two questions already. One is, the first one is to Nick. Would you please say more about the political opposition in Hungary? What are the opposition parties? How united and active are they? Is there any civic movement outside of the party system in Hungary nowadays? So such an easy question to respond shortly. So Nick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I should say that I have now changed the position. I'm no longer outside the homeless shelter. I'm actually in a car. It started raining and we're moving back to my office to start editing the piece.
You really illustrate this dynamic nature of politics in Hungary, even in the background.
And also the way that we're managing somehow to use the technology to keep the conversation going, at least. If we were just parking as the question came in, but if I heard it correctly, it's about the how strong or how weak the opposition, how able they are to balance or provide an alternative narrative to the government at a time like that. Was that the question?
I think Peter is frozen.
Shall I continue to answer the question? Can you see and hear me?
We can see you and can hear you well. Yeah.
Very good. So in answer to the question, the opposition has been very weak for a long time, but received a great boost in last October's local elections in Hungary, when rather, I think, even to their own surprise, they won control of the capital, Budapest, where I am now, and also of 10 other towns or cities across Hungary. That's even though the government majority remained just as strong, this just over 2/3 majority in the country's parliament, the opposition effectively had then a platform, a foot on the ladder from which to start building towards the next general elections in Hungary in 2022. Then came COVID-19, and the government, in its pursuing its normal kind of policy of continuing to concentrate power once it's won power, I suppose Mr. Orbán's philosophy, in a sense, is that the winner takes all. He has eroded the checks and balances to the extent that now the opposition in the Hungarian parliament, it has 199 there are 199 seats in the Hungarian parliament. Only 66 of those, or 65 of those, are occupied by opposition deputies. So the opposition has very little room for maneuver. And of course, now with the COVID-19 state of emergency, state of danger, as the Hungarians call it, the government has skillfully taken advantage of that situation. For example, to concentrate funds away from local councils on the one hand, and also from opposition parties, well, in fact, from all parties, including themselves. But of course, at a time when the opposition is trying to build towards an election in 2 years' time, it would be very crucial for those, for that united opposition, if we can call them that, that's how they managed to make some progress in the local elections, for them to win back any kind of position in the country as a whole. Half of its funding, of all parties' funding, is now being taken away, and therefore they're losing a lot of the tools that they might have had in this situation. Nevertheless, because of the platform, which especially the mayor of Budapest, Gergely Karácsony, has, thanks to him winning the election here, it has given the opposition, in a sense, a voice which otherwise they wouldn't have had. And therefore, they are trying, with the limited means open to them and also the limited media open to them, to make some headway. But it's also true that the government has, in its rather authoritarian way, I hesitate to use the word dictatorship, in its rather authoritarian way, it's limiting the amount of information available to anyone in this situation. So it's very hard, for example, for independent journalists, independent Hungarian journalists, to get the information they need. They also have this sword of Damocles hanging over them in terms of spreading misleading or false information in the new law. So altogether, the opposition is wounded, but it's still up and standing. It certainly wouldn't be true to say there is no opposition. The opposition, and indeed the independent media, I think, are working very hard to provide at least an alternative narrative at a time when both, I think, Jaroslav and Elena pointed out, and Peter in his introduction, it's quite hard for opposition parties in any country, in the best democracy at a time like this, to come up with an alternative narrative, because after all, people's interest the whole public, not just those voting for the governing parties, is their own safety. And of course, the government's in the steering seat, in the driving seat. And Mr. Orban himself, he's a man who thrives in a crisis situation. He loves a crisis. He likes getting up early in the morning, putting on his rubber boots and getting out there, in this case, touring hospital after hospital and being seen in the cameras, effectively running an election campaign 2 years before the election campaign is supposed to begin.
Thanks a lot, Nick. We have a question to Jaroslav as well. Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki talks about the new normalcy that is to follow the pandemics. The phrase seems innocent at face value, but considering the current government's track record, many read it as deeply disturbing. How do you decode this new normalcy? In other words, what could be the long-term legacy of the pandemics in Poland's political and social life? So what would be your response, Jaroslav? What is new normalcy?
Well, thank you for that question. Obviously not an easy one to be answered, but well, what we have now, it looks like a huge VOD TV series. It's like almost every week we have the government conference, maybe sometimes twice a week, a conference during which the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, they are coming and they are presenting new measures that are going to be introduced, or that some harsh measures are going to be withdrawn. I think that this is more or less something that we observe in other countries. I mean, like in France, it was just yesterday that the government did the same. So we should not really think about the surface, about some global schemes that are more or less similar, like to the reactions to the pandemic. But what is really worrying is that before, as we have, just to return to your first question about the upcoming presidential election, the point is that we have such an unstable situation that even within the frames of the right coalition, we have the weakest link. One of the members of this coalition became so worried about the pandemics that they started to not to blackmail Jarosław Kaczyński, but they started to think about maybe some kind of rearrangement. I mean that there is a politician, Jarosław Gowin, that is largely unknown outside Poland, but he became one of the third members of the right coalition. The point is that after the last elections, he managed to gather 18 persons who entered to the parliament, and therefore he became quite a force. So now when he started to have doubts about the elections on the 10th of May and moreover, he started to talk to the opposition, it became quite a challenge for Jarosław Kaczyński. They have even the difficulty in managing the narrative, convincing narrative, what that means. In fact, nobody knows. Jarosław Gowin, the politician I'm talking about, was quite a hesitant person in the past. After 2015, he was even a member of Donald Tusk government in the past. So nobody really knows how serious his political position now is. But the point is that we could also see a change in the parliament. Who knows? So when I was talking about the uncertainty, I mean that the level of uncertainty is quite high. So what it means? It means that in fact, when we have the question from the audience about the new normality, I think that what worries me is that this new normality could follow Hungarian example. because in any circumstances that could be an obstacle for the law and justice, even from the right, that could come from the coalition on the right in the Polish parliament, the government could legally introduce the state of emergency. And there are different levels of the emergency, but they could play high, like in Hungary. And therefore, it would mean that the elections would not take place. But the point is that the grab of power is going to be could be quite similar to what has just happened in Hungary. So about this new normality, I would say it's far too early to say anything. And if I could add something about the opposition, the real difference, and quite a difference between Poland and Hungary, is that Polish opposition since 2015 was, if I could say, always a bit stronger than in Hungary. There was no such a level of disintegration as in Hungary during the Gyurcsány period and so on and so forth. This is the story, but the point is that what it means in practice. In practice, it means, and this is sometimes overseen, I don't know why, but it is overseen, that the opposition regained the Senate in the Polish parliament. The second chamber of the Polish parliament belongs to the opposition. It doesn't mean that they could overrule the acts of law, but it means that they could gain time. And what we see now is that if the Senate has 30 days to consider an act of law, it could be at certain times a real obstacle for the government and the law and justice. So I think that, first of all, one of the chambers of the Polish parliament was regained by the opposition. Moreover, big cities in Poland belong to the opposition. Warsaw, like Budapest, by the way, belong to the opposition. And this is quite a force, because we see that from time to time we could see a wave of opposition, and especially during this period of organizing the elections in the big cities, we could see the wave of opposition. That is quite of importance, because the law and justice couldn't just say, oh, we have big cities and we could do whatever we want. Absolutely, far from that. Far from that. In Warsaw, it is absolutely not possible, because our mayor has quite a large power. So therefore, seeing that, I would really worry that the normality could turn into the state of emergency in a way of copy and paste scheme that we have seen so often in the past since 2015.
So based on what you say, I think we should be a bit afraid when we hear about normalcy. So probably the unpredictability and uncertainty that you talked at the beginning is still something better than some kind of equilibrium in the case of a government that has some strong authoritarian tendencies, because this equilibrium is probably more authoritarian than in the current moment. We have 2 more questions to Elena, and the audience was so kind to ask the 2 questions that I wanted to ask to you. So I will just target them directly to you. The first one, could the civic response in Belarus force the current government out of power? And the second one, taking into consideration the rising problems within the EU, especially economic problems that will be exacerbated due to the COVID-19 pandemic, what is the most probable scenario for the future politics of the EU towards Russia? So one question on the civic resistance and civic response, and the other one on the EU response.
Okay. Both are very difficult questions, because clearly it's something to do with foresight and a bit of speculation here and there. I mean, we live in pandemic times, coronavirus situation, and what the day after tomorrow will be like, no one knows. knows really, and also in terms of kind of post-corona normalcy, because after all, what will be that kind of new normal, shared normal, or how the especially economic situation will unfold in the future? It is all at the moment very difficult to predict. But let's focus on Belarus first. So this civic response, I think what is really impressive here is, well, first of all, that of course that kind of level of resilience that clearly shows that, you know, Belarusians can endure a lot of things, clearly, you know, throughout history. But now when it comes to kind of giving, well, being exposed actually to kind of this globality of the problem, they also can now take action locally, bottom up. And I think in terms of developing their own capacities, that really speaks volumes, and how they can not just enact initiatives, but also counteract kind of top-down degrees, instructions, even, you know, persecution of people who are there to speak up. So in that sense, it clearly kind of shows that societal capacities being kind of, and the voice of the society is being awoken, and that's very important. So much so that you know, I mean, elections were mentioned with regards to Poland, but we know that presidential election is currently being planned for the 30th of August in Belarus. So which puts really things into a very interesting perspective. So on the one hand, kind of Lukashenko's response to the crisis is being taken differently by different parts of the society. Those who are more educated, they're clearly very critical of this situation, and they also think about their future. And in that sense, they basically they don't take the situation for granted, as including even recent statements that the world can actually learn from Belarus experience in terms of how to handle crisis better and without panic. But there are, of course, other people who tend to believe otherwise, and that the president is currently, and the government are currently handling the situation well, despite the problems. So there are some indicative signs that the kind of the critical opinion is growing. And it is growing to such a degree that government actions are now being openly, well, first of all, not just criticized, but also disobeyed, which, as I said, in terms of the coming elections at the end of August, and depending, of course, how the government is going to handle the peak when Belarus reaches it, and I think Belarus is going to be one of the last countries in Europe to reach it, possibly sometime at the end of May, early June. We don't have any reports about current statistics of death and also how many there are currently affected. I think the situation can go both ways. And when you began the conference with a statement that, you know, I jotted it down somewhere that, you know, Lukashenko is there for life, you know, Belarusian chosen somebody for life. You never know, things may change. And especially, I think Belarusian government is now being put to test in terms of handling the crisis. They can play it to their advantage, potentially, the fact that there is no panic and business continues as normal, and especially small businesses are not affected as much as if they were to be put into lockdown. Lukashenko can possibly play it to his advantage in the end. but on the other hand, not recognizing the current situation, not recognizing and embracing the reality. Our hospitals are actually at the moment being absolutely torn apart, and how it affects also the medical personnel who are on the front line. I think it is really, it's very likely to affect the general public in a more critical way. So we don't know. So the situation may well change both ways. Now, in terms of economic problems, we're in the EU, and actually, I'd say world in general, because I think even in FT today there was information that the US economy has slowed down by growth slowed down by 4%, which is actually also quite alarming given the size of the player here. So obviously, it looks like we're heading into recession, and we know that Chinese economy is also currently shrinking. So all of this put together, and especially problems economic, and Germany is a economic powerhouse in the EU is also suffering. I think the predictions are that German economy is going to shrink by about 6% at the very least, if not more, which means that potentially there may well be less funds available to support the development of an investment into the neighborhood, but also in terms of restoring relationship with Russia. We know that there are different levels in the game here. There is a practical level, and we know that there are businesses that continue business as usual with Russia. So they will not probably be affected as much, but I don't know. It's difficult to speculate in this situation. At the moment, of course, the EU is discussing, in light of this revised Eastern Partnership strategy towards the neighborhood, but also in light of the new Central Asian strategy. Connectivity is clearly on the agenda. There is now slow recognition of the existence of the Eurasian Economic Union there, and the role that small states tend to play there in terms of counterbalancing. Russia is a big player in the Union. And of course, it all depends what China is going to do in terms of BRI 2.0. It throws so many variables into the equation that it is very difficult to predict what our future is going to be like. But at least for the moment, the narrative within the Commission especially, while recognizing that geopolitics probably will become more acute than ever before, the intention there is still to try and develop cooperation as much as possible.
Thank you very much. So we have 3 more questions. One question to each of you. Conscious of time, I would like to ask you to keep your responses rather short. And I'm just keeping my role as the voice of the people, as a good populist, and just raising questions as a good conspiracy theorist. So my first question in this round would be for Nick. I'm curious, where is Nick, who is like a movie star, moving around quite dynamically. The question to you is, due to the increasing pressure put on the free press in Hungary by the new declaration, and considering already existing pressures, what is the climate like among those who work in journalism? Has, for example, self-censorship increased among reporters, or is the opposite is true? Also, in your opinion, did Fidesz use this law to deliberately target journalists or not? So a question on journalism, self-censorship, and how the pandemic changed the landscape in the world of the press?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I think one should not underestimate the excellence of some independent media in Hungary and of many independent journalists in Hungary. I think it's often forgotten. One sometimes around the world, I hear people assuming that effectively all the media now is government controlled and that the independent journalists have somehow disappeared. They're still here very strongly. One reporter from Index, one of the top independent news portal in Hungary, the top news portal in any case in Hungary, the most widely read and respected. Many even government supporters read them to find out what's going on. So this paper, the journalist there said to me, well, in some ways nothing has changed, that for 10 years they've been fighting for information when the government is unwilling to provide that. They've been fighting for access to press briefings when the government is unwilling or refusing to provide that access. And so I would say the independent media is up and running, really up and fighting despite this situation. And they're coming up with very useful reports. There are leaks from the government side, even if at press conferences like yesterday, there were no questions at all granted to in the operational group which running the whole government response to the crisis. No independent or foreign media were allowed to ask any question at that. Nevertheless, they're up and running, and I think this is so one shouldn't write off democracy in Hungary too fast or too far. I think all Hungarians are independent-minded. It is a country, as the government likes to stress, which loves its freedom, and people don't like to be treated as fools. We're now entering a very interesting period of the crisis where the country tries to reopen and mass testing begins, and the economic consequences at the same time, the government's trying to soften those. We're entering a period where Mr. Orban is really a man who's used to being in control and won't be in control, or not as much, in the coming period. He may emerge from all this stronger, but thanks to the continued existence of an opposition, thanks to the continued existence of an independent or critical media, he hasn't won this game by a long way yet.
Thank you very much. Another question to you, Nick. If you can stay for us for a while, does Orban's policy towards Russia stem from strategic interest of Hungary, or is it rather a bargaining chip that Hungary uses in its relations with the EU? So again, an easy to respond question in a short time.
Well, I'll take the easy route.
Very good question.
I mean, it's both, really. I think it helps Mr. Orban, in terms of the second part of the question, to have alternative sources of income, sources of investment, like, for example, Russia, like, for example, China. The fact that the Russians are willing to pay to build their own nuclear power station, or the expansion of the Paks nuclear power station, and then Hungary will pay them back over 50 or 60 years with energy, that looks on paper like Mr. Orban. He can tell his supporters, look, we've got all this cheap energy from 2025 or 2030, but in fact, this is a long-term dependency of Hungary on Russia, of course. So he's playing for alternative sources. He can say to the EU, if you don't give me money, we can get it from some other places. But at the same time, Mr. Orban seems to genuinely believe that he can kind of play Vladimir Putin at chess and win. I've heard senior figures in the Fidesz party have said this to me, that Mr. Orban thinks he can kind of get away with this. But of course, Mr. Putin is a very skilled political operator, probably a great deal more skilled than Mr. Orban is. So it's a pretty dangerous game that Hungary is playing there. And then, of course, but what kind of Europe, as we've discussed, as my colleagues Yaroslav and Helen there in this discussion have said, what kind of Europe are we heading for after this crisis. Much depends on that. Mr. Orban, again, hoping for the return to power of Matteo Salvini in Italy and for a more powerful Europe of nations to emerge from this, of illiberal democracies like his own. So he's playing for the big picture there. Of course, we don't know yet whether that will happen in Europe. That would obviously favor him very much. He doesn't want to be the black sheep of Europe anymore. He would really like to be part of a right-wing mainstream.
Thank you. Just adding something to that, I think these days the relationship with China is something that is becoming even much more important than with Russia. And China is painted as practically one of the very few friends of Hungary, because according to the official narrative, European Union does not help. But we have our friends in Turkmenistan, in Azerbaijan, in Turkey, in Uzbekistan, and in China, who provide help for Hungary. Plus, there is a giga project, a Budapest-Belgrade railway station project that will start being built quite soon, of 5 billion euros. So it's a huge project, and the government will put this project in a lower transparency level and undisclose a lot of documents around that. So and to the bargaining chip question, Viktor Orban once talking to German businessman told that if we don't have enough investment from the West and from Germany, we will turn to China. And he told it to the face of the German businessman. So I think this bargaining chip is pretty much true, despite besides all the direct advantages, political and economic, that Nick was talking about. We have another question to Yaroslav. Since Law and Justice and the Constitutional Tribunal now claim that Polish law is supreme over European law, how will it impact Poland's membership in the EU?
Well, the point is that we have still these legal issues unsolved. This is again, I'm using this expression for a purpose. I think this is a war of lawyers. This is something that should not be underestimated. Jarosław Kaczyński, he has a PhD degree in law. Andrzej Duda, the current president, has a PhD in law, and I could go on with that. They are what it means in practice, that they have much more pragmatic attitude towards the legal issues. They think that everything is a question of interpretation. What it means, therefore, it is a question of lobbies and power plays. And in fact, this is very far from the, so to say, widespread belief in the rule of law. That it is a kind of state of legal and political affairs that we should aspire to. This is quite a different, so to say, philosophy of law. And therefore, the clash would happen. The clash is already taking place almost every day. We have just received the message today. I mean, this is why the political analysis of the current situation is such a challenge, because even today, it's really like every day we receive a piece of the story, and we would like to put it into these puzzles. So the European Commission is going to argue again against Poland. There are several cases that are taking place, and if we believe that, and this is again unprecedented, if we believe that the European Commission, that the European Court of Justice are going to treat these issues seriously, and I believe that this is the moment they are going to treat these cases seriously. It's not going to like before in the past, that Viktor Orban went more or less unpunished for so many abuses of the spirit of law, not. I think that maybe it's going to be that the European Court of Justice, that the European Commission are going to create, because this is the question of creation of the new politics towards the states that are simply abusing the current state of affairs, with abusing not necessarily the letter of law, but the spirit of law. And this is far more difficult to fight against, taking into consideration that we are talking about very educated illiberals, so to say. I mean, one should never underestimate the fact that Viktor Orban went from being a pro-European liberal from Oxford to where he stands today. The same could be said about Mateusz Morawiecki, the prime minister of the Polish government. Andrzej Duda as well. So these are we are talking about the politicians that are pretty well, not only they are apparently well educated, but they know the European matters to such an extent that they could play with them, and therefore it's going to be quite a battle, and it's going to take years, because I think that it's exactly like with the pandemic nowadays. It's not the virus is not going to disappear from one day to another, and the virus of illiberalism is not going to disappear either from one day to another. They are going to be with us, and we have to learn how to live with them and how to fight them in an efficient way.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the same can be told, and you're right about Fidesz in Hungary. I mean, it's the government and the party itself and the core, the founders of Fidesz have practically almost all been lawyers, and they know really well law. Plus, Viktor Orban is around in European politics for a decade right now, as a member of the European Council. So there is no other prime ministers in Europe apart from Chancellor Merkel, who is around for so long time. So yeah, and if the Polish government remains in place even for more, they will have more and more experience, and and it gives them more and more opportunity to play with their European partners who have less experience on this field. We have a question to you, Elena, as well, from Halina. Do we have any realistic estimates of the numbers of infections and deaths in Belarus now and in the near future? So what statistics should we rely on and believe in, if any?
It's difficult to say. Obviously, the best way perhaps to follow the WHO data gathering, but yet again, Belarus government is not reporting the cases, especially death cases, fully. So the government sources say that the increase only minimal, by about 500 a day, which is not really the case at the moment. From what I saw in the opposition newspapers, there is about coming to about 300 to 500,000 people positively tested, for those who are tested for COVID, and the numbers are growing by about 1,000 a day or more. So I can't really comment on the exact statistics because not every source is reliable, but precisely because of that, I think the numbers are potentially much higher than we currently see in the media, and especially that all mass events still continue, and that people do not really take the virus seriously.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there is it's of course the more we go towards authoritarian countries, the less we see the real figures on the pandemic. But I think it's more general, even in Eastern European phenomenon. So not denying that there might be lower levels of infections in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe, we can, I think, if we take a look at the ratio of the members of the population who are tested for COVID-19, it's systemically lower in Central Eastern Europe and in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe, and I think it give us a bit false optics on the spread of coronavirus.
Yeah, very distorted statistics, and also the fact that in Belarus they're tested for other diseases rather than coronavirus. That's something else to worry about. You know, it could be upper respiratory problems and so on, but not the coronavirus. So that's where I think the gist of the problem is.
Yeah. Okay, I would give the floor back to you for some kind of concluding remarks. I would have two questions to you, but if you have other remarks to share, you can just ignore my questions. My two questions would be that how do you see your country's future in 2-3 years? So after the pandemic, so seeing a bit in the crystal ball, what do you think the most likely scenario for let's say post-pandemic Hungary, Poland and Belarus? And the other one would be that some of you have already touched upon, given that in the audience and in Hamilton Luger School, there are quite a lot of teachers and faculty staff and even students who have regular contacts with diplomats, Western diplomats, and have good connections in all over the world. So what would be your advice about how to approach your countries and the democratic problems in your countries by either international institutions or the United States? So I know these are quite general questions, but the easy thing is that you have 3 minutes each of you to respond to them. So let's start with Nick, if Nick is already with us, hopefully. Hi, Nick. A new scene in the movie.
A new scene and the final scene, I think. Yeah, these are very big questions, Peter. Where will Hungary be in a couple of years' time? I think that will be decided to some extent in the coming weeks. Literally, this is a crucial period for the Hungarian government because while other countries are in a situation with the pandemic, that the numbers are going down, albeit very high, much higher than in Hungary, and they're trying to reopen the economies and try and walk that tightrope between restarting an economy just so that people don't suffer so much from the economic effects of the virus, and at the same time manage to protect the health of the population. So to that extent, Hungary is in exactly the same position as everyone else. But in a country which is such a pyramid of power, where Mr. Orban's constructed such a pyramid of power, basically he stands or falls by how successful the government is economically. Whatever he says about migrants, whatever he says about anything else, while ordinary Hungarians feel they're doing well, that they're better off, and while the opposition remains an unknown, perhaps distrusted force in the land, then so everything will depend really both on what happens, partly on his measures to reopen the economy and how quickly they can respond if the numbers were to surge, as they might well as you reopen the country after this partial lockdown, but also what happens, of course, in Europe. Will there still be a demand for cars? The enormous importance in the Hungarian economy of largely German, but also other car factories, car manufacturing? Will Europe's economy get back on its feet? If it doesn't, if the Hungarian economy suffers, if ordinary Hungarians feel the pain in their pockets, then I think there's a real danger for Mr. Orban and the future of his rule. If it works well for him, I think he could emerge even stronger from all of this, whatever the opposition try to do.
Thank you very much. Jaroslav?
Well, I think, just to slightly disagree with Nick, I think that we should really adapt to the period when there are no crucial moments, no crucial days or no crucial weeks. We are confronting the permanent long-term struggle with the virus of COVID-19 and the illiberalism. And I think that, at least from us, what is expected is good analysis, good political analysis of the deep roots of illiberalism in Eastern and Central Europe. I think that this work has not been yet done. Just to give you one example, I think that it is highly misunderstood that the deeper reasons of the EU membership in Eastern and Central Europe are very much different from the membership of reasons of the Western countries. And it was the case at the moment of the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, when the Eastern European countries aspired to the West. It was true in 2005 when they entered the EU, and it is true in 2020 when we have the current illiberal turn, and Eastern and Central European countries are in the EU, but for different reasons than France or Germany, or Western Germany, to be more precise. So this would be one thing. Another thing is that I think that what should be underlined is that, well, regardless the virus, I once wrote about the liberalism of small nations. I think that almost every political term has at least slightly different meaning in Eastern and Central Europe, including the term the state, not to mention the liberalism, because that's for another seminar, but the state. I wrote a piece for The Guardian on something that was extremely striking a couple of days ago. The fact that Eastern and Central European countries close the frontiers so quickly was really unbelievable. We are talking about the countries that were aspiring to the EU, that were dreaming of being the part of the West. And all of a sudden, at the moment when COVID-19 was not really the thing in Hungary or Poland, the populations agreed to close the frontiers. And this is highly interesting. This is a highly interesting thing, because it's not only, as one could believe, about sanitary issues. Politics in the time of plague is still politics. We have the decision that was accepted by the populations, that in fact was prepared by the illiberal turn much ahead of 2020. And I think that one of the reasons that should be analyzed maybe during some future events is the disbelief in the state. Eastern and Central European populations simply do not believe that they have I oversimplify, the so-called strong state, what it means, like Germany or France or whatever, Denmark, and therefore the populations agreed to all those harsh rules and regulations because they don't really believe that the state and its healthcare system could really be of support. So the population in Poland agreed eagerly to be confined because it was obvious that a pandemic on a large scale is not going to be sustained by the healthcare system, because it would simply it was on the verge of collapse before 2020. So what could happen with the pandemic? Just a natural disaster. So I think that the weak state issue is still the case and still could be translated into the acceptance of the illiberal turn in Poland, Hungary, and other countries, because our countries, if I may say so, are highly neurotic about the state and the belief that the state would survive another 10, 20, 30 years. There are deep historical reasons to be analyzed, but I will stop here.
Okay, thank you. Elena, your final remarks?
Yeah, I'll be very brief, thank you. I actually sincerely hope that strengthening the state is not going to be the future of Europe. If anything, I think it should be the people and the resilience of those people who should be strengthened in terms of actually responding to whatever uncertainty tomorrow is going to bring, the so-called VUCA world of tomorrow, which is vulnerability, ambiguity, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So concerning then the neighborhood, what I would like to see happening in Belarus and the wider neighborhood, of course, is that precisely that civic response is going to grow bigger and becomes more educated with much higher levels of awareness, because this is precisely the foundation for, for creating that kind of societal fabric that is there to challenge whatever decisions of the state are. And the state is only a machinery, and it should be just a machinery that is there to serve the interests of the people. So it is not the strong state that I'm looking forward to. What I'm looking forward to is actually the strong civil society. And I also hope that this year, especially, that Belarus is going to use its chairmanship in the Eurasian Economic Union wisely enough in order to devise, and that's what Belarus is currently working on, devise strong enough institutional policies in order to ensure the game of parity within the Eurasian Economic Union, especially if the EU were to engage and take the Eurasian Economic Union seriously. The final point here is that, of course, what I would like to see is that more connectivity initiatives, including both with the EU and BRI 2.0, no matter how controversial it may sound, because precisely opening the borders, that what brings awareness of the bigger and wider and braver world out there. And that's what Belarus is currently missing, being in that kind of relatively isolated state. But I guess current policies of the EU are actually signaling about change. So I hope the future, despite the problems, today's problems, might be slightly brighter than we think. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, the words that some of you said reminded to me one, I think, quite interesting thought of Jakub Wiśniewski from Glabsek Institute, who told in a workshop a few weeks ago that in Eastern Europe we see the return of the logic of communism, with closed borders, with the government is running the show and the opposition is practically nowhere, and the public media is just pushing the official narratives. But hope there will be a way out of this situation. I would not say any further concluding remarks. I would just like to thank for all our panelists, Elena, Yaroslav, and Nick, for staying with us. Thanks a lot for Hamilton Luger School and REI, Russian Eastern Europe Institute, and all the other organizers for making it possible. And it's the next panel will start in 9 minutes, in 12 at noon sharp. So you can just stretch your legs and then return to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Yaroslav. Thank you, Elena and Nick, for wonderful contributions, and Peter for a skillful moderation. And it's wonderful to have voices from Hungary, Poland, and the UK with us in Bloomington. I will only remind you that you can submit your questions to our next panelists by emailing hls.com hls.comm@iu.edu, and we'll resume at noon when we will be joined by Ambassador Lee Feinstein. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, Marina. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, yes, I do.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining.
Absolutely.
This ran a little bit longer because we had some technical difficulties in the beginning and we started a few minutes late. So we wanted to give people 90 minutes plus, you know.
Sure.
Yeah. Hello, Evie.
So right now we only see each other, the other panelists, or
Do
Are
you
we
see
live?
me?
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah, okay, great.
Uh,
Let's see, I have enough power.
yeah, we have different access. Yes, members.
Let's see, I want to make sure.
No, are you there?
Huh?
I'm asking Halina Goldberg if she's there. No? I guess not.
Let's see.
Start in 6 minutes. I think I'm going to get something to drink.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hey, Frank.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Lee? How are you, Marina?
Good.
Hi, Frank. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. All right. Marina, can you give me a lesson on your last name?
It's
And
Bazilevich. Bazilevich.
Bazilevich.
Mhm.
Okay, super.
For the accent, Frank.
Try. Let me hear it one more time and I'll see if I can get the accent.
It's Basilevich.
Basilevich.
Yep, perfect.
Great.
Lee, how long would you like to speak?
Oh, I'd love to be here for the next hour, but I can't. I think I'll just speak very briefly. Joanna, I caught a little bit of the end of the conversation previously. Is it okay if I say a few things about Poland, Central Europe, and differences, similarities with Europe?
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. As long as we finish, 5 to 2 and before the next panel, we are fine. So we should not go further than,
No, we can manage.
12:15, but I'm sure for your remarks, Lee, but I absolutely, we have.
I'll be 5 to 10 minutes.
Wonderful.
And I regret everybody that I can't stay. It's just one of those things. So.
We'll see you when hopefully we'll have the meeting again in October or November, the one that was postponed because of the future of Europe.
The future of Europe event.
Yeah, that would be great. I know Frank worked really hard on pulling that together, so I'm looking forward to it.
So hopefully
it comes to pass.
And of course, Lee, I don't remember if you remember. I don't know if you remember that we had lunch long time ago with John Grant. And I'm so happy that, things are moving ahead, and I'm so fortunate to have Frank to
so are we.
Also,
we're fortunate to have you on campus also, even if it's only for one class.
Well, that's
semester a year, but
it's productive, and hopefully we will have some more with this collaboration now with IU and the Greek universities. So it will be fantastic. I'm really looking forward.
So can I ask Evie and Marina real quick, are you guys comfortable with addressing that opening question that I have, one success and one failure? Or would you just rather be given 5-10 minutes to talk on your perspectives on COVID-19 in Europe?
I would be comfortable to talk about that a bit. Just as we have communicated already, largely from the perspective of what I know in Ukraine's context.
Sure.
And I have the big view, and I'll be more than happy to give a one answer response and also elaborate.
Yeah, excellent, great.
Do
you want to check Evie on Anna and see if I had a little trouble getting into this meeting because I clicked on the, we had two emails. One was for participating and one was for following. And I clicked the follow link initially, which there's a participant link as well.
Let me send her a message. And I wouldn't think that her other meeting took much longer.
Yeah, she had a busy day here. Did you follow the other meeting?
No.
She was taking part in a Delphi Economic Forum.
I think we should check with Jeanette when we are ready to go with our next session, because it's 12.
Yeah. Let me just call and make sure. Oh, here she must be getting in.
There she is. No, that's good. Hi, Heather.
Huh?
Jeanette, can you let us know when we are ready to go? I think we are all set.
Is Anna in?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, we're still missing one of our panelists.
Okay. Hold on. Έλα να μου. Μπαίνεις. Μέσα είσαι. Δεν σε βλέπουμε.
Δεν είναι μέσα. Έχει ένα δεύτερο email.
Μας βλέπεις?
Μας βλέπει, αλλά δεν μπορεί να μιλάει.
What?
She sees us, but she can't talk. She entered in the other link. So there's a link for participants that was sent out also from let me check the email here.
Okay.
It says you are invited to a Zoom. Yeah, so it says it's addressed to panelists for the COVID-19 pandemic.
Είναι για τους panelists. Αυτό χτύπα.
And it has a long link. So she needs to leave what she's in.
Ένα λεπτό, Frank. Έχει δύο links. Το ένα είναι for Zoom link for participants.
For panelists.
For panelists. Το βλέπεις?
Είναι δύο mail.
Το email. Είχαν στείλει δύο email. Ποιο email είναι, Frank?
Hey, panelist, it's addressed panelist for the COVID-19 pandemic.
Panelist for the COVID-19 pandemic. Ο τίτλος του email. Μήπως ζητώ συλλέξιμα. Δεν το έχεις, στο στέλνω.
I'll send it right.
You send it? She doesn't, somehow she doesn't have that. To her personal.
Which one is that? I sent it to the Gmail, I think.
Because if it went to the other one.
No, it went to, what's her personal email?
Andia.
Say it again, sorry.
ANNDIAMA.
Okay, got it, at Gmail.
Yes, Gmail, that's right. You got it? She probably was sent the other one.
Yeah. She misplaced the other one.
All right. She must have gotten it then.
Great. Well, why don't we go ahead and get started, and she will trust that she's in by then, and if you.
I'll ask her.
And I'm going to go ahead. If we can mute everyone, but Joanna and Lee.
Εσύ, το βρήκες? Έλα, το σου ήρθε?
I think you need to mute, Evie, you need to mute.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I need to mute, yes.
Jeanette, are we ready to go?
Yes, please get started.
All right. So we are starting right now. Hello, if you are joining us, welcome to COVID-19 in Europe, a virtual conference co-organized by Russian and East European Institute for European Studies, Inner Asian and Uralic National Resource Center, and the Polish Studies Center. My name is Joanna Niżyńska. I'm director of the Polish Studies Center. And before I introduce our second panel, I would like to welcome Lee Feinstein, the founding dean of Hamilton Lugar School of Global International Studies and professor of international studies at IU. Prior to joining Hamilton Lugar School, Dean Feinstein served as US ambassador to the Republic of Poland. And before that, he was a senior fellow and deputy director of studies at the Council on Foreign Relations, specializing in US foreign policy, international institutions, and national security affairs. Dean Feinstein, welcome, and it's wonderful to have you with us in your busy day.
Well, thank you very much. I'm in the category of urgent, crowding out the important. I'm, like everybody dealing with our institutions, larger response to COVID. But this, of course, is an essential part of that. And I just want to take a moment to say how important it is that the area studies experts on the faculty and around the world are joining for this, because our intellectual response, understanding better what exactly are the issues that we are addressing, is really fundamental. It's a fundamental part of what our response ought to be. I want to start with a general observation that Turkish novelist and Nobel laureate Orhan Pamuk wrote earlier this week. Many of you may have seen it in the New York Times. He said, "This moment reveals how unexpectedly similar our fragile lives and shared humanity really are. The knowledge that the whole of humanity, and we can debate whether it really is the whole of humanity, shares our anxieties, is a constant reminder that we are not alone. And yet it's the particularities that are also important, and that's what our conference and this meeting will address. The best way to understand the impact on individual societies and cultures is really to look on a country by country basis, on a region by region basis, which is exactly what all of you and all of us are doing here today. And that helps us address one of the main questions, which I think was addressed a little bit in the previous panel, and I'm sure will come up as a continuing theme, which is the degree to which the response to COVID or the impact of COVID is genuinely unique to certain parts of Europe, or part of a broader European-wide or transatlantic or global trend, or in what combination. My colleague who works with one of the panelists in the previous conversation, Sławek Szyrakowski, in a panel I took part in at the National Endowment for Democracy last week, where he's now a fellow, made the case that Central and Eastern Europe are really unique cases, that they're separate and different from what's happening in Western Europe and elsewhere in the transatlantic space.
I think we lost the connection. Let us wait a couple of minutes. We'll wait a couple of minutes. Maybe Dean Feinstein can rejoin us. And if not, we'll just start with our panel.
Lee is rebooting his system.
Can everyone hear me? Yeah. So I guess we're talking about similarities and differences. I guess one similarity is limited bandwidth on Wi-Fi. I was saying earlier that one of the issues is the degree to which the experiences are similar or different in different parts of Europe. And I was referencing Sławek Szyrakowski and his argument that the Polish case and really Central and Eastern Europe were really quite distinct from what's taking place in Western Europe and also from the United States and the transatlantic space more generally. And I would just like to focus more on the similarities in terms of the political polarization that's affecting these societies and their ability to respond to different challenges, including COVID. In terms of the tactics of the extreme right, where I think that there's some sharing and learning across states and boundaries. In terms of the uses of state TV, in Poland and elsewhere, and how that's echoed and reflected in not necessarily state-owned TV, but in other media outlets in the United States and elsewhere. Just if looking in Western Europe, which I know is now part of the conversation that's about to happen, looking at Salvini in Italy, in Marine Le Pen in France, in the forces that drove Brexit and other right-wing movements in the UK and elsewhere. I think that there are a lot of similarities. And just in this kind of brief scene setting, the big danger I see is that a number of these Central European countries have really been the model for successful post-authoritarian or post-communist transitions, and a model for aspiring democracies everywhere. And this, of course, is being undermined. One of our panelists, Marina Bazilevich, will talk about Ukraine. I think this is particularly impactful for Ukraine to look at a country on its border, which has been a very positive model, both in terms of social development and the importance of civil society and democratic institutions, now really piloting a different model, which is based on social transfers rather than institutionalization and democratic institutions. Just want to end before my Wi-Fi disappears again with a broader observation about area studies and its importance. I wanted to just congratulate all of you for bringing your deep linguistic, historical, cultural knowledge of these societies to this discussion. It's frequently missing from broader discussions about what the responses, policy and otherwise, ought to be to the challenges we face. And it's really fundamental. It's fundamental to understanding more specifically what the responses ought to be. And it's fundamental in a broader sense, in that the kind of the deep knowledge that all of you bring to these specific areas teaches us humility about what we know, and humility about the parts of the world and societies that we are not expert in. And that produces, and with a direct reference to Poland, that produces and emphasizes the importance of social solidarity to really finding the right responses to the circumstance that we're facing. So with that, I want to thank you all for doing this. I want to say how proud we are at Indiana University and at the Hamilton Luger School to have such a great range of experts among our faculty, and also now from around the transatlantic space joining us. So thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the conversation.
Thank you very much, Eddie Feinstein. I was just thinking when you were talking about how global or how local that experience of COVID is, that we could say it's the global radical that shows the local norm.
Yeah, very good.
And now it's time to shift to our second panel entitled Fraying at the Seams, Europe, the European Union, and the COVID-19. It's going to be moderated by Frank Haas. Frank Haas is the director of the Institute of European Studies and coordinator of the Modern Greek program at Indiana University. Frank is currently working on a book manuscript entitled Civilization, Hellenism, and the Nation, an Uneasy Alliance. So welcome, Frank, and please introduce your panelists.
Thank you, Joanna. I first want to start by thanking Joanna and Helena Goldberg for the tireless work that they put in to bring this event to fruition. It's a wonderful initiative, and I'm thrilled to be taking part in it. When we shut the campus down, I began to think about how we could maintain an electronic digital presence for the Institute for European Studies, and I immediately thought of doing something with Evi Hadziandreou and Anna Diamandopoulou, and we were able to morph this into a bigger event that I think is more comprehensive in its impact potentially. Our three panelists are Marina Bazilevich, Anna Diamandopoulou, and Evi Hadjiandreou. I'll introduce them in alphabetical order. Marina Bazilevich is Associate Professor of Anthropology at Luther College in Iowa. Her research focuses on the issues of professionalization, remuneration, class, and feminization in the healthcare sector. She has also conducted research on risk categories and health-seeking behaviors in millennial Ukraine. Among her published works are research on the Hippocratic Oath, published in the Human Organization, and vaccination anxieties, published in the Medical Anthropology Quarterly. Her most recent research with health unionists in the Ukraine focuses on the clinical labor in the healthcare system facing neoliberalization, and ponders how solidarity animates this form of public sector unionism. She will be bringing her anthropological bottom-up approach to thinking about the COVID crisis, as well as expertise in Eastern Europe. Anna Diamandopoulou is the founder and president of Victio, the Network for Reform in Greece and Europe, which is an Athens-based think tank. A civil engineer by training with graduate studies in regional development, she served as a member of Greek Parliament for 11 years and as the European Commissioner for Employment, Social Affairs, and Equal Opportunities. While in Parliament, she also served as the Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, and Religious Affairs, as well as the Minister of Development, Competitiveness, and Shipping. She is also an active participant in multiple European think tanks and a former fellow at Harvard's Kennedy School. Evi Hadjiandreou is a visiting scholar at IU's O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Administration and the scientific advisor at Victio Network for Reform in Greece and Europe. She is also a venture partner at Big Pie, a new venture capital fund that funds Greek startups focusing on, among other things, biodigital and life sciences areas. Hadjiandreou has worked in the United States, England, Sweden, and Greece in the public and private sectors, and with nonprofit organizations encompassing the spectrum from positions from researcher to manager to policy implementation. Her experience and expertise cover a wide range of areas relating to health, its delivery, finance, prevention, and wellness, as well as communication, that is, health policies, insurance provided care, and health services and administration. So the overview for this panel, as I was thinking about it, it seemed to me that while the response of individual European nations to the COVID-19 pandemic has flooded the news in recent weeks, as major outbreaks in Italy, Spain, France, and to a lesser degree, Germany, have killed thousands and brought their healthcare systems to the brink of collapse. Virtually no attention, however, has been paid in the American media to the European Union's response as a whole. If the COVID-19 pandemic is viewed in the aggregate, the European Union rivals the United States for preeminence in terms of both the number of cases and deaths. Additionally, the economic and political crises riding on the coattails of the pandemic. We learned about the crises in Eastern Europe. Now we're going to learn about the potential crises in Western Europe and the crises. They have brought the flaws of the EU's political structure into high relief as it has struggled to move forward on both a centralized research agenda and a strong collective fiscal response to the crisis. Also unexamined are the responses of other smaller European nations like Portugal, Greece, and the Ukraine, many of which have had notable successes in their responses to the virus that may be undone by EU inertia on the economic and political fronts. And I just have to say, I've been complaining that Portugal has gotten a lot of attention with numbers that are really pretty marginally good. nearly 25,000 infections and nearly 1,000 deaths, while Greece has had 2,500 infections and only 138 deaths. I'm proud to say that today in the New York Times, there is an article detailing the success of Greece's response to the crisis. So I can't complain about that anymore. This panel aims to provide a fuller interdisciplinary picture of the European response to COVID-19 by bringing the reflections of an epidemiologist, a former politician and think tank leader, and a medical anthropologist into dialogue. And I'd like to start them out with a fairly broad question. From your perspective, what is one of Europe's greatest successes in responding to the pandemic? And what is one of its greatest failures? And you can answer this either from the perspective of Europe as a whole or by focusing on an individual country. And I would like to give Marina the first word here.
Thank you. I thought that I would approach this panel from a perspective of critical medical anthropology. So critical medical anthropology asks us to pay attention to political, economic, and cognitive structures that constrain individual decision, shape social behavior, and affect the risk for disease. So as I was preparing for this panel, I thought of two recent books. One is called Contagious: On Cultures, Carriers, and the Outbreak Narrative by Priscilla Wald. And the reason I'm bringing it up because that book asks us to consider the outbreak narrative and kind of what the implications of it is. So very briefly, this outbreak narrative is sort of a familiar story, right? A predictable trajectory that we are accustomed to seeing in the popular culture or in media. Basically, identification of threat, then kind of following it through global networks of contagion, identification of that, zero patient, and then rather optimistic approach to epidemiological work to contain it. And so what this outbreak narrative that we're accustomed to does is that inadvertently it obscures complex factors at play that make populations vulnerable to the disease. So I was kind of further inspired by this work of medical anthropologists Hannah Brown and Ann Kelly, who suggest that looking at the kind of viral contact alone is never enough, but we should look at viral spread. So just this idea of hotspot, kind of in their words, opening up this transmission event to more elaborate temporal and material relationalities that cultivate networks of pathogenic exchange. So with this approach in mind, I think that what deserves attention in Europe's response to the pandemic and in Ukraine's response to pandemic more specifically are the problems that have been there all along, right? That just been brought to light by the pandemic. So in Ukrainian case, what I want to highlight is that healthcare providers with whom most of my ethnographic fieldwork has been constitute 20% of all COVID-19 cases in the country. So that's rather high. That's very high compared to the number of a rather moderate spread of COVID-19 in Ukraine overall. We see such high numbers in Italy and similar in Spain, lower 15% of all cases, but overall they have greater number of COVID-19 cases. So this sharp rise in infection rates among the medical staff compared to general population is problematic and demonstrates some long-standing problems in health sector that are finally being publicly discussed and exposed in Ukraine. So these discussions about healthcare and medical providers have shifted finally from rather unproductive focus in the past, just zeroing in on corruption or other kind of deficit models, to actually trying to see and understand what it's like to work in Ukraine's ailing healthcare system and what's at stake. So I will kind of stop here, but it's a roundabout way to say that though overall there are many kind of terrible things that we are learning about the gaps in healthcare system in Ukraine that have become visible, it's also an opportunity to kind of have a more collaborative approach to rolling out healthcare reforms that would also incorporate the voice of the medical community.
Great. Could we move on to Evie at this point? Evie, you need to unmute yourself.
Slight minor detail. Am I unmuted now? Yeah, okay. As I was considering your question, I thought to be a little bit provocative, but within the context that what we haven't seen Europe's greatest success yet, but Europe's greatest success could be what it's the other side of the coin for Europe's greatest failure. In other words, Europe is always taking advantage of crisis to take steps moving ahead. So hopefully Europe's greatest success would be to really capitalize on this crisis and take the steps towards a more political union, but Anna will talk about this, but also look at the issue of health, which traditionally is not part of EU's competencies, because health traditionally lies on each member state. So the same holds for failure. I mean, if Europe does not respond and move forward and prepare for the future, that will be indeed Europe's failure, not taking advantage of the situation. We could see it as also as the crisis, the economic crisis. Within the context of the economic crisis, Europe took some very important steps. So I am expecting, I am hoping that this happens within the EU as well. Now, in terms of countries, you've mentioned, and I was going to discuss about it, the New York Times article, and I'm very happy that it's mentioned in this way. Let me give you an example so that our listeners and start getting into the context. Greece and Portugal had almost the same number of cases and took action almost at the same time. And they are very much alike in terms of population and cultural issues and so forth. And look what happens. You've mentioned it. Portugal has a multitude of deaths compared to Greece. The only thing we could think of why that might have happened is because, for God's sake, Greeks behaved more rationally and obeyed and conformed with the guidance. And the question is why this happened. And this is really one of the greatest lessons for our country. Now, compared to other European countries, indeed, what happened with Greece is that followed the 4 cardinal rules of how a country should respond to a pandemic or an epidemic. And these rules come from repeated studies and evaluations of governments and organizations such as the WHO. And what are these cardinal rules? One is that you need to have one command and control center. You need to have politicians who listen, political leadership that listens to the scientists, and that scientists collect the data, the evidence, and make recommendations. And the 4th element is all of this to be accompanied by a solid communication campaign to the society, so that society could listen, could be convinced, and trust the leadership. So actually, this is what happened in Greece. And all of a sudden, we see in polls that Greeks that did not have any trust to institutions, all of a sudden we see that increasing. And just 2 months were enough to see that happening. Today also, you may have seen in the New York Times a similar article today or a couple of days ago that French people are losing their trust into the government for the same reasons. I mean, France actually did what the rest of Europe did, a little bit slow, a little bit fragmented, waited too long, and they're paying a heavy price for that. So again, the success for Europe will be to learn from this crisis and change some fundamental ways for getting closer, so that we're all at one Europe and not many countries, because we've seen countries being very selfish this time and reacting as isolated islands, and that was not a very wise approach, as it turned out.
Thank you, Abby. If I can put on my cultural studies hat for a moment, I would like to propose another couple reasons, cultural reasons.
Yes.
One having to do with cultural memory. Greeks have had many experiences of being under siege. This goes back to the occupation, the Nazi occupation in World War II. The junta, the military rule of Greece from 1967 to 1974, and most recently to the economic crisis, the sovereign debt crisis, which hit Greece the hardest, and the austerity measures that Greece was forced to undergo were the most stringent in Europe. And Greeks know how to, in the lingo of the mafia, hit the mats. They know how to hunker down, to batten the hatches, and to go into survival mode. And I think that cultural memory served them well. I think another, and this is a similarity with Portugal, another important factor is the structure of old age in Greece. Greek society has largely refused to live separately from their elders. Many elderly people live alone, close to family, so they can be supported, but alone. They don't live in old folks' homes, like in the US, like in Spain, like in France. And I think that has been a factor that has prevented the disease from getting established in vulnerable communities. And it's something we might think about as we think about our systems here in the US and the way we deal with elderly populations in the US. Now that I put my 2 cents in, I'd like to give the floor over to Anna Diamandopoulou to hear her perspectives on this question.
Frank, first of all, thank you so much for this invitation. The coronavirus was the reason that we didn't come to your university, and now the coronavirus is the reason that we have this discussion. Your question is a very difficult one. I think it is impossible to answer about success or failure for Europe. Europe is a continent, and even Russia part of Russia belongs to Russia, or part of Turkey, or Moldavia, the Balkans as a whole. And then it is the European Union, and then it is its national state. When we're talking about the European Union, as far as I understand, every time I'm coming to the United States, it is very difficult to be understood how this thing is functioning, I mean the European Union, because it is not a federation, so we cannot compare the European Union with the United States of America, which is a federation. And it is a unique example in the human history where independent countries, through their parliaments, have decided to give part of their sovereignty to European institutions. They are not governments. They cannot do whatever they want. They have to work all the time with the member states. So it's really a unique and complicated system. For the European Union, it is, as the United States have their own constitution, the European Union has its own treaty. So the European treaty defines the responsibilities that the European institutions have, according to which they can function. So health is not among these responsibilities. So the European Union is not responsible, cannot do anything autonomously without the agreement of the member states. What they can do is, I mean, the EU capacity is a complementary one. So it is, they can deal with mutual communication in terms of statistics, in terms of new methods, new medicine, or maybe possible procurement of necessary equipment. That's all. So we cannot take the result and say, yes, the European Union had a success or had a failure, because more or less each member state decided for the policy and the politics for the addressing the coronavirus issue. But isn't it a universal issue? I mean, WHO, the World Health Organization, can give some, can ring some bells, can give some statistics, can make some proposals, but it cannot really impose anything. So at a global level, we understood that there is a need of global governance in the time of a pandemic. At a European level, we understood very well that there is a need of an institutional change in order to have a European reaction in cases of pandemic. And I think, and I agree with Evie, that this is the most important issue, that there is now a dilemma, and everybody has understood it very well, that if there is, and unfortunately we know that there will be a future pandemic, this pandemic must not catch Europe fragmented in terms of policy and incapable of coordination among nation states. Should we proceed with new institutions? Should we change the existing situation? I'm not sure, but it is obvious now that there are two major issues, the health issue and the economic issue. And Europe cannot go on without big changes in both issues. And this is what is going to see during the next years. And I believe that we will see it at the global level as well, because what President Trump has done with WHO, he has some rights. There are some problems with WHO, but when the United States stopped the payments to the WHO, it was really a shock in the middle of the pandemic that the whole world has to work together. So I think from these particular issues, we can be taught for the next day.
Great. I think there's ample material to discuss there and to elaborate on in what you said, Anna. I'd like to have us approach this a little bit from a local perspective first. We've been conditioned to think about what COVID might mean for Germany, for France, for the UK, for major industrial powers in Europe, and for countries that have significant banking sectors. What is the COVID pandemic going to mean long term for a country like Greece or for a country like the Ukraine? The EU as a whole, I recently read in an article, has close to 9.5% of its economy is connected to tourism. In some of the hardest hit countries, that percentage is higher. In France and Italy, it's closer to 12%. In Greece, it's 18% of the economy is, at least 18% is, because I think the metric is significantly undercounting the amount of impact that tourism has on the Greek economy. 18%. The Mitsotakis government has unveiled a plan that will attempt to bring the country back to a new normal that includes some measure of tourism, but there's going to be a lot of economic desperation. And I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that, Anna and Evie and Marina. Tell us about the perspective from the Ukraine. What are the long-term, what's the long-term prognosis for how this crisis is going to affect the Ukraine? And if I can give the floor to Marina first.
Sure, thank you. Well, there are sort of multiple questions wrapped up in one, so I'll modify some of my answers that I prepared. I just want to kind of provide a bit of a perspective. You know, Ukraine has faced some other calamities in the recent past, where the country overall has been sort of disillusioned with the response of international governance structures that are in place, right? And of course, I'm talking about Russian aggression that started in 2014. So just to give a bit of a context, as a result of that, you know, Russian-backed forces in the two eastern provinces of Ukraine, we have about 14,000 deaths since 2014. COVID-19 has just resulted in about 250 deaths. Right, so in the grand scheme of thing, there are kind of competing calamities in the country where, you know, they are sort of exposing, right, some of the problems within the country, but then also with the ability of the international community to have a concerted and forceful impact on changing this situation. So again, I want to kind of think positively, and in terms of opportunity, you know, I think that there's already been quite a bit of, you know, opinions published there by the political scientists who work in Ukraine. And I know that there was recently a piece by 3 US ambassadors to Ukraine who have also kind of suggested that the COVID-19 outbreak, COVID-19 pandemic in Ukraine could also be an opportunity to perhaps change the situation with the Russian-backed military action in the eastern provinces, where the sanctions against Russia and the kind of record low price on oil together could make those sanctions especially impactful, and that's an opportunity to renegotiate this problem. And just to speak, kind of to bring it back to more local kind of perspective, as you asked for Ukraine. One of the, I can't remember if it was Anna or Evie, suggested that, you know, this kind of steps, you know, that make a country level response to a pandemic successful. So I just wanted to add that, of course, transparency and trust are very important in that process. So any successful public health response has to be based on that, on the trust between the population, public health agencies, and so on. And so that cannot just suddenly magically appear in the midst of pandemic. It kind of has to be built all along. And unfortunately, in Ukraine, there's been definitely a problem with trust between authorities and then the providers, healthcare providers with whom I work, and of course the population. So I just wanted to lean on the result of this recent study that I was able to, somebody shared it with me, someone who works and lives in Ukraine, and it was conducted with 4,500 medical providers just recently, kind of in the end of April, mid to end April, by the Association of Ukraine's Cities and a sociological firm that they contracted called Active Group, and then Ukrainian Physicians Association. It's important because such kind of large scale studies with medical providers haven't really been done before, and they haven't been considered interesting kind of for the general population. But now all of a sudden, as I mentioned before, the opinion of providers is somehow being paid attention to. So what I want to just point out, it's a long survey, but I'll just bring up a couple of numbers from it as they pertain to this issue of trust and transparency, where overall, the providers were very supportive of the quarantine measures, you know, and thought that those were potentially effective and timely and so on. But also, almost 70% indicated that they personally do not believe that Ukraine's healthcare system is prepared for handling this pandemic. Almost 60% thought that, you know, they weren't confident in their healthcare's facility ability to really work effectively within, you know, that quarantine measures framework. And even half of the providers thought that they weren't sure about their colleagues and their own kind of ability also to work with this crisis. So the measures are quite robust. The quarantine measures are quite robust. There is some talk about easing them starting May 11th, but not yet. But if you look at the availability of, it's like a favorite topic everywhere, of personal protective equipment. Basically, physicians go to work armed just with maybe gloves and disinfectant, but things like appropriate face masks, eye goggles, protective uniforms, large numbers of these providers are saying that they aren't getting them, despite the fact that, of course, Ministry of Health is posting very rosy statistics about even domestic production of all of that, but also making them available to the providers. And to me, the most interesting number was just like very mundane, getting to work. Right, so getting to work, transportation. There are some very strict measures regarding public transportation in Ukraine's cities, inside the cities and between them, of course. But to go to work, most people in Ukraine do not really rely on personal car. Ministry of Health claimed that they have arranged with cab companies and Uber and so on to deliver healthcare providers to their workplaces, but anecdotally, and also in this study, absolute majority, are suggesting that no, that's not happening. Again, anecdotally, a provider told me that he has to buy his own masks. So he works in an urgent care kind of situation, and one mask that he needs to buy lasts about 6 hours, and it costs about $10 US. So he buys it with his own money. Because he cannot not go to work, but at the same time he has young children at home, and he says that he's not really worried about going to work because the situation is overall not very terrible, but he said, I'm afraid to go home to what that means for his family, bringing it back. So I could talk more about these kind of issues there, but there is definitely a disconnect here from kind of what we see in the official picture and then what the providers are reporting about their daily work. One positive is that infectious disease specialists and emergency care providers were approved to receive the 300% salary raise in Ukraine for their work during the pandemic. Not the primary care providers though, which is a little odd because of course they are the frontline workers too, but I think that there are some signs that that might also change and that perhaps they would also be included in this category of workers that are receiving at least financial support during this time.
Thanks, Marina. Evie and Anna, and if one of you could also maybe talk a little bit, both Evie and Anna are located in Athens right now and experiencing the lockdown there. If you could talk, one of you, a little bit about what life under quarantine is like there, because it's very different from life under quarantine here in Bloomington. Evie, you want to start?
Well, we just tried to obey. Actually, it was not a quarantine. We just had only 6 excuses, legal excuses to leave home, and we need and we had to comply with one of the 6, and there were sharp fines if we did not obey. It was well conceived, and it did work. But you asked about Greece and how, of course, we are confronting it. I want to come back to one major reason as well I did not mention, and that was fear that the very weak national health system by no means could have made it through even a mild endemic. So that played a strong role, I think, to us as individuals, in addition to policymakers. So it's important to take that into account. What happened is throughout, though, that gave a lot of time to a decisive action to increase capacity of ICUs, bring more material, equipment, and actually capitalize on about 100 million euros donation from the private sector and different major industries. And at this point, ICU capacity has been increased by 70%. So we have this silver lining in what is going on. If we remain compliant, we may be able to go relatively unscathed and definitely healthy through this. But it was an amazing thing to walk into Athens and or even not hear about traffic, and very unique scenes and experiences. Actually, I'm gonna miss it as we start getting back gradually to, well, not to normalcy, but to some kind of normalcy.
So I would like just to say a few things because Evie described it in an excellent way. I think that what it has been very important for the success of Greece is that first we have a consensus. There was a consensus between the political parties, something which is very rare in our history. Frank, you referred to our so difficult history. I mean, the wars, the civil war, the junta, etc. But we always were very much polarized. So in this case, there was a consensus. Consensus between the political, among the political parties, consensus among the industry and the workers, consensus among the doctors. We didn't have any differences between the medical schools in Greece. More or less, they agreed that we had to proceed with this plan. The government consulted them, accepted their advice, and then they persuaded people that they have to do what they did. This was not the case in all countries. I think it is interesting to give you an example in Italy. Italy was the first country which was hit by the pandemic. It was in the beginning of January, and in the 31st, if I remember well, of January, they stopped any connection with China. Earlier, I mean, they really acted very early on this issue. But within the country, there were so many differences. When the government tried to impose concrete measures and quarantine, at the same time, the Confindustria, which is the industrialists, the Confederation of the Industrialists in Italy, they had a campaign in place saying, yes, we work. So there were different interests, and the economical interests in Italy played a very important role. Why there was such a delay in the holistic measures they had to take. So I think that if we see in each country, we can see how important this feeling of consensus is. We can see it in Germany, and now it is the first time that we have different approaches in Germany. In Spain, there were big problems within the government. So there is a coalition government, and they really had a fight on the rallies of the 8th of March, the feminist rallies. So they decided to allow the feminist rallies, although there were differences. The doctors didn't allow that. One party said yes, the other party said no. Finally, they did. And there were 100,000 women in the square of Madrid in the 8th of March. Or there were two very important football matches, one in Lombardia between Spain and Italy, and one, if I remember well, in Great Britain between Spain and Britain. So there were bombs. And this happened because the political parties couldn't agree and couldn't easily have a consensus, because when you have a consensus over dead people, it is very late.
Great, thank you so much for those insights. I think it's also worth noting that the current Prime Minister, Mitsotakis, ran to the center in his campaign and also made distinct overtures to wanting to govern for all Greeks once he won the elections. I think those two moves were very important in creating a terrain that allowed consensus to emerge later, and there are the exact opposite of what happened here in the United States.
Yes, I think that it is important to say that the opposition party, the left opposition party, Syriza, was quite responsible during the crisis. I mean, of course, as an opposition, they had to say something, but on the general decisions, they were very responsible. And I think it's very important for the history of the country. It's the first time that we had really this kind of consensus.
Great. I want to remind everyone that they can send their questions to HLSComm, C-O-M-M, @iu.edu, and we will do our best to address them to the participants. We have a first question that's going to help us to transition a little bit to the discussion of broader European policy issues. But it's more of a background question. Do you believe that European welfare states, for example, Sweden or Denmark, and welfare states more generally, are better equipped to deal with public health crises than non-welfare states? For example, of course, the United States.
Is it for me? Maybe
I think anyone can respond, but I think Anna, you would be a natural respondent to that question.
Yes,
I think so too.
I think that the answer is very, very simple. For years and years, we were discussing about the American dream. And we all know what the American dream was. The European dream is something different. The European dream is this possibility of people to feel secure this possibility that people in each European country can feel safe and secure, because the social state, with different norms and with different forms from country to country, are responsible to take care of everybody. I mean, Greece is not a rich country and it's not famous for its health system. But there is not even one person in Greece, even he's coming from Afghanistan, even if he is not a legal refugee or immigrant, everybody will be immediately accepted in the national health system. So it is really very important. This is the situation in the majority of member states, more or less in all. And maybe with the exception of Great Britain now, Great Britain was very famous for its national health system, but the last 20 years has big problems, but still it is there. I mean, there is a national health system. So this problem that you have in the United States, that when somebody loses his or her job, what happened with this 26 million, I read today that half of them now have no insurance. I mean, it doesn't happen in Europe. So I think this is a big difference. So the question is, will Europe be ready and will be capable to continue with the social state it has today? It is difficult because the economic situation will have a huge impact in the social state. But this is one of the pillars of the European culture, of the European principles. And this is one of the issues that unify the members of the European Union. I don't know, Frank, if I suppose yes, but the students know what are the 27 members of the European Union.
I think most of the people following our discussion today have a pretty good idea.
Because we usually speak about France and England and, sorry, England, it's not anymore, France and Spain and Germany and Italy, but it is Belgium, it's the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Greece, it is Poland, it is Czechia, Slovakia, Slovenia. So there are so many different member states. And I really would like to say what the Dean said in the beginning about Central Europe. It is true that with the beginning of the crisis, we had two divisions immediately, North and South on economical basis, and West and East on the issues of democracy. Because in Eastern Europe, which are the newcomers, the countries which joined the European Union after 1809, the culture is different. And I think that we have to understand that they have a different history. Their recent history was very strict and very difficult. And although there is a problem in Hungary, there is a problem in Poland with the justice system, with the media, Dean has referred to them. At the same time, we must be very careful. We must keep them in the European Union. Otherwise, things will be much, much worse.
Great. Would either Marina, you or Ebby like to take up those points, discuss them further?
I can just very briefly say that, again, from kind of medical anthropology and, you know, various case studies in global health that students read, we know very well that countries that have systems in place that are horizontal, meaning, you know, they're focused on the primary care provision, but also a rather comprehensive approach to health, have better health indicators overall than countries that, you know, for a variety of reasons have a different kind of setup, right? So either just vertical programs, you know, focusing on specific health issues, you know, maternal health, infant mortality, and so on, or, you know, that they have systems in place that just do not look at a kind of person holistically, you know, as a individual with multiple issues, but rather, you know, have them self-advocate, you know, to seek the services that they might need. So, yeah, so I would say that, you know, welfare states are more prepared, ideally, right, to handle something like a pandemic.
Let me interject something here too. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You know, in principle, this is what happens. However, what is important is leadership. No matter what, it's the top that will give the example and will trust, will listen, will take action. Because look what happened in the UK in terms of a solid NHS, but having a very weird approach, trying to have a herd immunity, and then once the tough stuff started, don't want to use the American expression, you know, they did a 180-degree turn, including their, of course, their prime minister. So it really has to do with the leadership and the and to whom the leadership listens. I would like, we did not bring to the discussion the example of Sweden, Frank, because Sweden is a kind of lone wolf in Europe. They did not have a lockdown. They had some measures, especially for the elderly people, but really not a general lockdown. Now, Sweden is not a very densely populated country, and of course, the cultural issues are very different. They indeed have trust to their government, and their psychology and philosophy is different. They're not doing so great. They're doing fine. Perhaps long term, we will see if that was a good model, a variation of what the UK wanted to have and didn't, never had. But really, they are not having such a great success. For the benefit of our listeners, I'd like to give one important epidemiologic indicator, and that is to me, what is mostly important looking at all European countries, the excess deaths that happen in a country compared to the past 5-10 years, because you do have an average, you do have a trend. So what happened between March and April of 20, comparing to March and April of the past 5 or 10 years, or even last year? And in every country in Europe, there is an increase in excess deaths, which means that deaths due to the coronavirus are severely underestimated. I'm not going to talk about New York, which had like 300% increase in excess deaths compared to the earlier trends. But I was talking about Sweden. Even Sweden, in the same period compared to the past, they have 20% more deaths. So this may be misclassification, they may be COVID deaths, they may be people who did not go because they were afraid. So we do see a difference. Of course, Italy and Belgium and every country in Europe has increased proportion. They have increased deaths compared to the past. And this is because of the pandemic, for one reason or another. So I just wanted to put that into the discussion because it will play a role in policy making for the future.
Great, thank you, Evie. I just wanted to reinforce the importance of good leadership, regardless of what part of the political spectrum it's coming from. I mean, I think the other example that's been widely touted as good leadership has been Angela Merkel, who has given very matter-of-fact assessments and rational explanations of why certain behaviors should be followed, and has organized the healthcare system to respond to the crisis in a forward-looking manner. And they've had fewer deaths. They've had a wide breakout, which is probably in part a reflection of how good they've been at testing. But that's another example of good leadership. And I think it does make a real difference. So moving on toward other kind of larger questions, I have another question from our audience. The panel is entitled "Fraying at the Seams?" ? What exactly are the seams that are fraying in the EU structures? Anna spoke about creating new divisions during the pandemic, but could you talk more generally about what we can learn about the EU's weaknesses from its responses to minor nations during the pandemic? And I just want to say, beforehand that when I came up with that title, and I put it in question marks to indicate that I think there are a lot of open questions about where the EU is going and how it's going to respond. We're looking at a number of emerging issues, as well as some other very problematic moves, one of which was the resignation of the EU's lead scientist, Mauro Ferrari, because he, out of frustration of not being able to organize any sort of a collective scientific response between the various member states. That's one example. And I think a lot of the collective issues are upcoming ones, particularly how is the recovery from the finance going to be financed, which is something that is actively being debated right now in the European Commission, and that we will see more clarity on by mid-May, I believe. Other frays at the seams, to my mind, are also the the lack of a concerted healthcare response. I mean, when Italy declared a state of emergency and asked for support from the collective European response mechanism to disasters, there was silence, basically, because every other country was worried about their own healthcare system and trying to scramble to make sure that it had its population as safely protected as it possibly could. Yeah, let me open up the floor to our panelists to respond to that question, and hopefully this will take us into a discussion of the fiscal measures that can be taken to respond to this crisis and what they could mean for the future of federalism in the EU, and what they mean also for the project of European expansion, which Ukraine is part of.
First of all, Frank, for me, I cannot understand very well what fraying the seams mean, but if it means that Europe is going to be diluted, no, it is not. I mean, I'm optimistic. I believe that there is no any fear of collapse of European Union. There are problems, as there were many times in the past, but Europe will overcome this crisis. Will overcome this crisis in a very successful way? We don't know. Nobody knows. But I would like to respond to some of your points. Yes, Italy had a problem. Italy was the most hit country by the pandemic during these months. What could be the reaction when we know that it is not a federation? You just think of your country, of the United States. New York was the most hit city. And the governor of New York says repeatedly that the country was not there, the government was not there. So why should we focus in the European Union, which is not a federation? It's just a union of countries. But can we say that nothing happened? No. The first 20 days, the European Union had some decisions that nobody could never believe that they could happen 1 month ago. What was this? There was an emergency 700 billion buying program, which was launched by the European Central Bank. And it was a first facilitation to calm the markets. And it was really very persuasive for the markets. And Italy could easily sell its bonds, which were not of high quality, and could immediately have some money. After that, there was the meeting of the ministers of economy, the economic ministers, and they decided for half a billion immediately in order to give money for a particular program for the unemployed. So in 1 month, there were some important decisions. Is it enough? No, it is not enough. And now there is this discussion about the corona bonds or other reasons. I'm going to tell you my point of view on this corona bonds issue. Bonds, when you issue bonds, you mean that you create debt. So if there are euro bonds, there is a debt which must be paid by all member states. And we all know that the country which is going to pay most is Germany. So it will be extremely difficult for the political system in Germany to come and say to its parliament, look, we are going to buy bonds more expensive. We are going to sell our bonds more expensive than we do it today, because the bonds, the German bonds really have very, very low interest rate. And then we are going to be responsible for the debt. I'm from the South, and I very much would like to have the Corona bonds, but I understand that it's very difficult. On the other side, the Germans or the Netherlands or Northern Europe understands very well that if there is an economic catastrophe in Spain, in Italy, or in France, then they are going to have no markets for their exports. So they are going to have a huge problem as well. So it is more than obvious that we are going to proceed with a huge economic program. And now there are some ideas. I'm just saying the titles. A Marshall Plan through the amendment of the European budget. It has been already more or less announced by the President of the European Union. The previous President of the European Bank, of the European Central Bank, Mario Draghi, has proposed the delete of the private, a kind of a private debts, which is very important for many countries. There are other ideas for issue money, as the United States have done, but in Europe, there is always a fear, a huge fear for inflation. So among all these ideas, new and I believe quite innovative tools will be in place, and not quickly. I don't believe that in the 13th of May, when is the meeting of the leaders of the European countries, I don't believe that we're going to have a new decision, but up to September, I think that new tools and new money will be in place.
Great, thanks for that response. I mean, I just contrasting the US and Europe, the presence of strong welfare states that have made it easier to support the populace during this time of crisis, I think has given Europe more time to make decisions. And that's one potential benefit. I mean, when you look at the US response, it's almost panicked, it's ill-administered. It's all over the place, and we don't know if it's really even going to be effective, which is one reason why the amounts of money are as large as they are. And I think that's a direct reflection of our lack of a social safety net here in this country. I want to acknowledge another question that I believe Anna addressed well, but I do want to acknowledge this question, and maybe we can circle back to it as the session comes to a close. Is the EU solidified enough to create and enforce policies from this crisis that will be embraced by the various member countries when approaches to healthcare and public policy vary so much culturally? And I think the other crucial question here is the economic disparities between the various member states that bears thinking about. So if you can put that one in your reservoir and address it as we move forward. I would like to bring up a question for Marina. Do you see special challenges in Eastern Ukraine in responding to and managing the pandemic, sorry. Sorry, you're muted still.
Right. So definitely, even just trying to kind of find information about what's going on exactly, right? Obviously, I wasn't able to conduct any sort of field work most recently in the middle of the academic year. The 2 occupied provinces have been excluded from most of the kind of surveys, you know, or commentary on this issue from the perspective of just kind of what people are experiencing, right? I mean, I've seen just some general mobilization of volunteers and donors that are mitigating the pandemic and just kind of what has always been done just through goodwill of regular people, some efforts to provide help to those people who aren't able to, you know, even go outside of their homes to get the groceries or whatever they need. And just generally throughout occupied provinces and not occupied provinces. I've seen that kind of commented on a lot, which is a very positive thing, I think, just the kind of civil society, people helping other people to stay afloat. For example, one of the quarantine measures in Ukraine is such that everyone who goes outside of their homes cannot go further than 2 kilometers away from their residence. They have to have their ID on them in case they're stopped by the National Guard, to check that they haven't violated the 2 kilometers rule to go to obtain whatever they need, medication, food, and so on. So obviously that presents challenges, to many people. And so this reliance on neighbors or volunteers is pretty essential. I think that overall, I mentioned this before, I think in regards to the occupied provinces, what's interesting is what will happen there, and is it a point that could be seized by Ukraine? Is it a turning kind of historical moment where we can use this, the crisis to kind of our advantage to change the situation there? But of course, it has to be done with the help of the international community to put some pressure on Russia to enter into more negotiations with a real goodwill. Maybe I could just share this one quote. It's from this piece that was written by 3 former ambassadors to Ukraine, ambassadors of the US to Ukraine. And I quote here, they say, especially during the pandemic, it's insanity for Russian-led forces and Ukrainians to be killing each other. The Kremlin's aggression must be ended. All nations need to focus now on fighting the coronavirus, not their neighbors. Of course, it's easier said than done, but I do think that it could be an unexpected opportunity. As economic kind of situation in Russia is such that they might be willing to exit this conflict, perhaps. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a political scientist, so I can't say much more to that, but that's kind of what I think.
Great, thanks, Marina. I wanted to give Evvi a chance to talk about her area of specialization, which is medical technology, and to just talk a little bit to us about what role medical technology will play in the diminution of the crisis, and particularly maybe to think about the differential impact that it might have in different European countries based on their socioeconomic power, and what mechanisms need to be put into place to avoid the rich getting richer, returning to economic high levels of economic performance much quicker, and the poorer countries, because of lagging testing and or continued outbreaks, returning much slower to full economies.
Wow. I'll start with the easy question, and then you have to remind me again the hard part, which is your last question. One fascinating thing that is happening is how all of a sudden we see everything we've been discussing about the improvements and all the different technologies that the famous or the so-called fourth industrial revolution entails, which is really the merging of the physical, digital, and biological, the merging in one, and that's what the fourth industrial revolution does. So we've seen an explosion happening even the past 2 months. Before that, we were all talking about, oh boy, digital health. Of course, in the US, you are a little bit more advanced in that regard in Europe. But let me tell you, all of a sudden, we are seeing in the US and in Europe this explosion for technologies such as, I'll start with easy one, 3D printing, from printing material, protective personal material, from shields all the way to FDA-approved masks, for example. And also this explosion on telehealth and telemedicine. In the US, the increases in certain health systems go at about 100, 200%, because you could imagine it's easier to have a camera and describe and tell your symptoms, together with some advances in wearables and other technologies that monitor vital signs. And therefore, the contribution of these two allow physicians to make diagnosis or give advice. Even chatbots, increases in the utilization of chatbots, even creating new ones by the big tech companies that people call, give their symptoms or ask questions, and they get answers. All of these are powered by artificial intelligence, which is the key, really the foundation that everything now is built upon. Let me tell you one fascinating thing, because imagine that it took us 46 days to decode the virus. Before, it was taking years. 46 days, and within few months, there are already trials for treatments and vaccines. This is totally unprecedented. And this is because of the advances in technology. The other major thing that is happening is utilization of, you won't believe that, gaming and virtual reality, because virtual reality has been shown to decrease pain or help you meditate. So a lot of mental health or digital mental health programs have been seeing an explosion, and actually FDA has relaxed some of these strict measures, so more could be more available. So it is totally amazing, and that's why they say that COVID could be really the accelerator of digital health and actually embedding all these practices into our daily lives. And this is not only for the US, this is also for Europe. You were saying about poor countries. I mean, imagine we all have a phone and they all have a camera. So what we could do with these are very, very useful and could assist healthcare systems and could assist predictions and modeling of the disease. It's amazing how some good models they're very close in really describing what we've seen happening and getting into target with their predictions. And another thing, drones. I mean, in the US, CVS will be using drones for delivering medication. UPS, we see that drones delivering supplies, and we also see medical robots. Of all things, robots in Thailand were used in a hospital to go close to patients. You know, a major issue with COVID patients is that they feel isolated. They cannot even see the faces of their caregivers because of the protective material. So they get some nice feelings in addition to having their vitals or treatments given by robots, small robots. This is one use of robots. Another use of robots today is disinfection by ultraviolet light. Very useful things that now we see getting into mainstream. And I'll give you an example from Europe. In France and in Belgium, a lot of care homes have small robots that keep company and play games, have people connect to their loved ones through the Wi-Fi. And there are some companies that actually have lent their production to care homes, so people in nursing homes would not feel isolated. Because one thing we did not mention is the real problem and underreported deaths that are happening all across Europe. And I know you have a problem in the US. I understand in the US, so 70% of your 1,000 nursing homes do have COVID spread. So imagine how a small robot could help you talk to your loved ones and also tell you what exercises to do or tell you jokes, simple things, all the way to more advanced, utilizing artificial intelligence in predicting model. And more importantly, with this tremendous power that AI has now, there has been very solid collaborative efforts in identifying and accelerating the search for vaccines, for treatments, for diagnostic tests. As I say, before we had we have like 2 or 3 years to do all of this. Now we see everything condensed within months. And this is really because of the technology. And to give you just another, I'm a biologist at heart, another thing to remember, because you're still in the midst of the pandemic in the US. In the previous pandemic, SARS, in 8 months, killed 8,000 people. It did become a pandemic, but it was contained for other reasons. It managed to spread in 8 months and kill 8,000 people. This one, in just 5 months, have killed over 300,000 people and spread to literally every country in the world. It's a very vicious virus. And we do rely on technology. Now, coming to your second question though, Frank, Europe is taking measures to kind of homogenize the responses and make sure that all countries, it's a major issue actually, have access to the fruits of the labor, that is vaccines or treatments. And there are many different ways to accomplish this. One of the positive, it may be on your last question, but I might as well mention here, on May 4th, there is a digital fundraising that the EU and actually the president of the commission, who is also an MD, by the way, van der Leyen, is holding for pledging, try to commit to about 8 billion euros so that immediate needs will be covered. And that is increasing the collaboration as well among continents, among researchers to speed up the process. And if we manage to do that, it will only be because of the technology that allow us to do this.
Great, thanks. I mean, I think the fact that this is a virus that doesn't respect borders means that solutions need to be ultimately transnational, and I'm hopeful that there is adequate recognition of that, and that funds will be made available to ease the transition back to economic health with adequate testing, so on and so forth. A follow-up question about Europe's the European Union's role in moving economies, the economy of Europe forward. I think it has to do with the broader picture of EU foreign policy. And this question is, what might be the EU's role in supporting neighbor states like Ukraine during the pandemic and its aftermath? And I think we might expand that to also think about Africa. Many of the narratives that I've read of the crisis have emphasized that Ursula von von der Leyen really wanted to focus the Commission into a broader international arena and has been very interested in making sure that Africa has financial resources to fight the crisis. In fact, they were more interested about Africa fighting the crisis than Italy fighting the crisis at one point, before they realized how bad the situation was in Italy. But we might think a little bit about how the crisis is affecting external relations of the EU, also noting that thus far, I think China has been the one nation that has really capitalized on this crisis to try and beef up its international reputation. So I think Marina and Anna, if you want to respond to that, thinking about how the EU might support states like the Ukraine and also how the crisis might be mobilized by the European Union's foreign policy apparatus.
I can just say a few brief words. I know Ukraine has also started domestic production, so of course EU's support is great, but domestically also producing the protective equipment. Our Institute of Molecular Biology and Genetics of the National Academy of Sciences has received kind of a state order for over 10,000 testing kits, and they're going to continue. I guess they have a budget for about 200,000 of that. So there are domestic efforts for sure. And one resource that Ukraine has that has kind of featured prominently in the health reform is the number of beds in hospitals and healthcare facilities. That's always been seen as too expensive and kind of problematic and in need of reform. At this particular point, that is a resource that can be actually used during the pandemic. So for hospitalization, Ukraine has relied a lot on just our infectious disease hospitals rather than, other facilities that also exist, right? So that's kind of an interesting advantage. So I guess the official statistics suggest that we have about 240 facilities just uniquely kind of equipped for containing the virus, and that their capacity has not been overwhelmed yet and hopefully won't be. As far as EU, what I've read thus far, some kind of clamoring, some fears and anxiety about post-pandemic. Will EU start looking more kind of inside, right, to stabilize countries that are already members, and what that might mean for Ukraine's integration, which Ukraine has expressed clear kind of interest in continuing its integration efforts with EU, being a member of NATO and so on, and would it still be possible, right? And so I really don't know. I'm interested in hearing what other panelists think about this question, because from what I've read, some prognoses are not so rosy, just kind of suggesting that perhaps the progress towards that is going to be stalled, and maybe for a long time. And of course, that would definitely play in the interests of our neighbor, Russia, and what can be done to prevent that from happening, from ensuring that Ukraine can continue its course towards integration.
Thanks, Marina. Anna?
It is true that there is a need of support from the ones who have to ones who do not have. And this is the case for Europe, for the United States, for China, for all places of the world who can support the others. I think that until now, we saw a kind of mask diplomacy. So China delivered masks or ventilators across the world. The United States sent equipments to other countries. Europe did the same, more or less. I think for the time being, if we want to be frank with ourselves, sincere with ourselves, it is extremely difficult to participate in an effective way in places far away from our homes. And this is because it is not just a health issue, it's a huge economic issue. And in order to help the others, you need to give money. But this money do not exist. Unfortunately, this is the truth. I know that concerning the European Union, there is something which is called Europe team, EU team, European Union team. And they have put as first priority the 70 million displaced people in the world, because now there are 70 million people who are between the war and the pandemic. So there is a priority to support and to present some programs for these people. And the majority of these people are in Africa. So this is something concrete that European Union has already worked on that. But I find that it is important to bring all countries in the research community. So we are in our homes alone, we are behind our doors, but the researchers and the scientists of the world are together in the clouds. And here it is important to jump in researchers and scientists from all over the world, because this will be a legacy for the world. If we have researchers and scientists which have participated in this thing, and in the next step, they can help their own countries. So I think that it is something which can easily happen. And more or less, we can see scientists from Ukraine, from Russia to work with scientists from Mexico and from Africa, etc. But to be frank, I think money does not exist. This is the most difficult time for the whole world.
Great. So we've got a couple minutes left. I want to thank you all three for your wonderful input into this panel. I think it's been an amazing undertaking. I've learned a lot and really benefited from the opportunity to interact with all of you. And I think the same is true of our audience that have been following this event. I want to give you all a brief opportunity to say a few closing words. And then I'll have a few announcements before we bring this session to a close and let people get ready for the 2 o'clock session.
I'm saying something very American. Yes, we can. Yes, we will.
Great.
Wow. Okay, I'll be a little more down to earth. I would love to see the European CDC being strengthened as the minimum that Europe can do after this pandemic, and really be prepared for the next one, because there will be a next one.
Thanks. Marina?
All right. So very briefly, you probably know Ukraine has been in the midst of the health reform with some important legislature that was adopted back in 2014. And actually the second wave, the reform of the secondary kind of level of healthcare facilities was scheduled to roll out this April. Right, and officially, from what I've seen just as of this Monday, those efforts haven't really been stopped, haven't been officially put on hold just yet. Of course, there is a lot of discussion whether or not it's the right time to go on with the reforms. There's also not been a universal support of the reform. First of all, from even the healthcare kind of providers community, the trade union of healthcare workers has not been supportive of all of the aspects of it, some, but not all of it. And so I think that this could be, once again, kind of an opportunity to have a more collaborative effort, to see what we can learn from this pandemic domestically and internationally to resolve some of these issues and move us towards kind of less pain and suffering and better health indicators for people, inside of Ukraine and outside. And so, of course, solidarity matters, and understanding that we have these common interests, that virus doesn't know the borders and the walls aren't very effective, that they provide at best the full sense of security. So I think that the true sense of security can come from when your neighbors have relative stability, right? Just like you. So I think that that is the true kind of solution going forward.
Great, thank you. Thank you all again so very much. I just want to quickly plug our Europe in Focus Monday news summary, which will be coming out over the summer, probably every other week. We've been doing this for about three weeks now, and it provides a brief sentence-long description of some of the most important news articles that have come out in the past week. And of course, it's been over the past 3 weeks dealing extensively with the COVID-19 crisis in Europe. So I urge you to Google Europe in Focus at Euro Institute IU, or if you want to receive the newsletter in a weekly mailing, send an email to the Institute of European Studies at euroinst@iu.edu. Again, thanks to our 3 panelists. Let's give them a virtual round of applause. And we will see you back hopefully at 2 o'clock for the panel on outsiders and quarantines, migrants in COVID-19 Europe, which promises to be very, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marina. It was great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm excited for the next panel.
Good. Yeah, me too. Should be very interesting.
Thank you, Marina. It was very nice meeting you, albeit virtually.
Yes, thank you.
You all. Frank, thank you for moderating.
Yeah, you bet. That was fun.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you for joining us.
Nice to meet you, Helena.
Nice meeting you too. Thank you.
I like your background very much. Interesting.
All right.
Oh, here is.
I'm gonna go ahead and check out. Look forward to the next panel. Bye.
Here's Priyali.
Priyali.
Hi, nice meeting you in person almost.
Hi, Priyali. You must be fighting sleepiness, right?
Your microphone is. You need to undo your mic.
It's midnight, right?
How many cups of coffees did you have?
I've been having some through the day. I'm fine. That's fine. Thank you. How are you guys doing?
We had some interesting panels. It's a new adventure for us to kind of bring people together virtually. It's a new kind of experience, right? We are doing fine. It's the middle of the afternoon. It's almost 2 p.m. So we are maybe getting.
So are you all working from home?
Yes, we all teach online and do administration online. So the entire university works online right now. What is it like for you? Where are you in India now?
I'm currently in Delhi.
In Delhi. Mm-hmm.
It's a complete lockdown as of now. Like we haven't stepped out for the last 5 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a complete lockdown. But I think in another 4 days, the government is going to reconsider and maybe just open up parts of it in terms of the economy. So that's, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's definitely maybe better for the economy, but overall, I think the situation is still not, the curve is still not flattening. So maybe to continue the lockdown for a bit longer would be better. But I hear it's the same in the US, right? So.
Well, it depends where.
That's true. Yeah.
Where we are in a very comfortable situation comparing to other places because we can go out.
So you can go out, do your groceries, and just go out.
Also, we can exercise outside.
That's really good.
That changes really the quality of life.
Yeah, I really miss running outside. So yeah.
It's the difference between being in a city where there is a kind of an urban density and being in a small town where we are allowed to do these things. So I'm gonna make myself scarce since I will not be participating in the panel, but I'm eagerly awaiting what you have to say. So thank you. Thank you for joining us.
I'll check with you ladies in a second.
Looks like we're almost all here. I think we're waiting on Maurizio, who told me he's teaching until 10 minutes of 2, so he'll pop in as soon as he can. Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely. And you also look lovely. Nice to meet you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for coming in from Delhi. I didn't realize what we were asking of you.
It's fine. It's fine. My husband and I moved to Delhi about 4 or 5 months ago now. We were in DC before. And the whole plan was to be, so I could spend some more time with my family who live in India. But ever since then, basically the whole world has turned upside down. So I haven't really had the opportunity to spend time with them. So.
Yeah, if you can't leave the house for 5 weeks, that is a little challenging.
They're a different city, so yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. I feel your pain. I tried to talk to my dad about getting together and he's like, no, talk to me in June. So.
Where's your dad?
He's in Montana, actually. So we were gonna drive across the country camping the whole way, but even so, he thinks it's too risky. So yeah, I don't know how we're gonna reopen. It's I don't see the path forward. So I'll be interested to see what happens. Elena, where are you?
Hi, hello everyone. I didn't have a chance to say hello. Hi, I'm in Budapest right now, so.
Also very late for you, so thank you. What is it, 9 o'clock?
8 o'clock, yeah, it's fine, 8 o'clock, it's still bright actually.
Good, so you guys got the questions. One of the things I'd love to do is make sure that no one of us is talking in huge blocks, because I think it's hard for people to listen like that. So if you feel like you can sort of give a short response and then let other people chime in, I think that will create a conversation that's organic and that flows, I think, easier than having people sort of talk for 5 minutes at a stretch. So what I thought I'd do is do the television news approach and introduce each of you and then one by one have you speak. Just give a little background about the situation that you know, and then we'll open up some questions from there. We're also going to be getting questions from the audience, which I'll try and field, although I don't know how reading my email and doing this simultaneously is going to work out, since that's a lot of multitasking for me. So
I was gonna ask, do we have to follow any questions? Do you want us to follow any questions like in a chat or something, or we leave it up to you to ask the questions, to kind of look through the questions and maybe collect?
Yeah, why don't you let me screen the questions as they come in? I can't see right now how many other people. Oh, yes, I can. There's 25 other participants on the call right now, and they're going to be sending in questions by email. So I'll try and watch that. Joanna, if you see any questions that I'm missing, do you want to pipe in and just offer them?
All questions are going to Janek, who's going to forward them to you.
Right. Oh, that's more tricky. Okay, so we'll try and do that.
It's a real teamwork, it sounds like it.
It is, because you have to, it's the old interviewing shuffle where you have to be thinking of the next question while you're listening to the answer to the previous one.
Oh, no.
No, I know. Yeah. This definitely looks like a very television kind of thing with so many windows with people. Like, we've all moved on to this space right now. Like all of us have. I wonder when things go back to normal, how would it be for us to stop doing these virtual things?
Okay, guys, I think from what I can see that we are live, so
the feed is live, but we are waiting for Jeanette's signal to start the next panel.
okay. There is Maurizio.
You can start anytime that you're ready, Joanna.
All right, I will wait till 2 o'clock because some people will be joining
Hey.
on the hour. So we'll wait these 4 minutes to start punctually. Thank you, Jeanette.
So do you want us to mute ourselves?
Yeah, why don't you mute when you're not talking? That'll avoid children and dogs. And my yowling cat.
Siamese?
No, just fat and disgruntled.
More than one, as far as I remember, right? So, and
Who can blame her? Who can blame her, really?
He wants out too.
So Elena, you're joining from Budapest. Maurizio, if I'm saying your name correctly, where are you joining from?
Just South Bend, Indiana. It's in the northern, northern part of the state, very close to Michigan.
Okay. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
So you're pretty close
Nice to meet you.
And Elena, you're doing research at CEU?
Right now, yes, I have an employment with CEU. Yes. How do you? Oh, you've been to Budapest.
Oh, one of my best friends who's a journalist. She lives in Budapest, and I went initially for reporting assignments there. Actually, the refugee crisis started.
Yeah,
but really love the bridges. Oh.
Yeah.
Two more minutes, guys.
This is what Gagarin must have felt.
That's an interesting association. I like it.
Riali, can you say your last name for me so that I'm saying it correctly?
Sur.
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 Okay. And Elena, it's Fedjuk? Just trying to avoid making a complete fool of myself.
You're saying it fine.
I think we are ready to go. Thankfully, and everybody's set. So, all right, welcome. If you are just joining us, welcome to COVID-19 in Europe, a virtual conference co-organized by the Russian and East European Institute for European Studies, Inner Asian and Uralic National Resource Center, and the Polish Studies Center. My name is Joanna Niżyńska. I'm director of the Polish Studies Center. And before we begin our last panel of this quite exciting day that we had today, let me remind you that you can send questions to our speakers by emailing hlscomm@iu.edu. It's hls.comm@iu.edu. Our last panel is entitled Outsiders and Quarantines, Migrants in COVID-19 Europe. And our moderator is Professor Elizabeth Dunn, from Department of Geography. Elizabeth's most recent book, No Path Home, Humanitarian Camps and the Grief of Displacement, looks at failure in the humanitarian aid process. Elizabeth wrote extensively on forced migration and served on the executive board of Exodus Refugee Immigration, a refugee resettlement agency in Indianapolis. So welcome, Elizabeth, and you will introduce our panelists.
Excellent, thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here and especially happy to be talking about the effects of this disease, which are so unevenly distributed on an extremely vulnerable population, both economically and in terms of health. So our panelists today are Priyali Sur, Olena Fedyuk, and Maurizio Al-Bahari. And what I thought we would do is begin by having each of our panelists tell us a little bit about the situation with migrants that they know best, and tell us what the situation is like in the place where they do field work. We're going to start with Priyali Sur, who is a journalist and a filmmaker, as well as the founder of the Azadi Project, which is a project which gives digital skills, particularly in filmmaking and social media, to refugee women. Priyali, you want to tell us what you're hearing from the people you know in camps and on the road?
Yeah, so in fact, the last workshop that we did before the entire pandemic kind of spread globally was in the Moria camp in Lesbos. Lesbos is just for everybody to be on the same page. Lesbos is an ancient island. It is a small island, a Greek island in the Aegean Sea, and it has some of the highest populations of refugees. So we're talking about the Moria camp there, which is one of Europe's biggest refugee camps. And we're talking about a camp that was built for 3,000 people, but it actually has more than 20,000 people currently. So, it's easy for us to be, doing these virtual conferences, to be social distancing, but here we're talking about 20,000 people, refugees living in a camp built for 3,000 people. There is absolutely no option of social distancing. There is also no option or even potential of following basic hygiene measures. We're speaking of 180 people using one shower, 80 people using one toilet, some places not even having taps. So that's an area we're currently focusing on, and I'll be happy to talk more about the conditions there, so on.
Great, thank you. I can only imagine what living in such density is like, and we'll talk a little bit about how people feel about the spread of disease. Our next panelist is Olena Fedyuk. Olena comes to us from Central European University in Budapest, and her specialty is looking at labor migrants, particularly Ukrainians who have come to Italy to work. So Olena is also a documentary filmmaker and is quite well known for two of her films on labor migration. Olena, can you tell us a little bit about some of the people you follow, especially some of the women and domestic workers?
Right, so hello everyone, thank you for this invitation. This is really very valuable opportunity to bring these issues forward and speak about these inequalities which Elizabeth have been mentioning. Today I've been asked to talk about the situation with domestic workers, particularly in Italy. And this is what my research have been about in the last 13 years. But also, so I'll be happy to talk about the situation of the living domestic workers and those mostly women who work inside the homes. So we're not talking about the institutional care like home for elderly people or care facilities, but we're talking about the care that is happening inside the privacy of someone's home. But also in the recent years, 3-4 years, I've been shifting my focus towards a different aspect of labor migration, and that is migration through the temporary work agencies. And of course, these are the workers who are getting recruited by the EU companies to come from outside of the EU and to work inside the EU. And I think this is a very interesting, they've been gaining quite a lot of focus in the recent couple of weeks. And of course, in comparison to Priali's refugees, they are quite privileged in the sense that they work in the legal framework. But I think that there is some very interesting shifts that are happening right now in the way mobility controls are legitimized and sort of reconstructed in the light of the need for the safety and security. So I'll be happy to talk about that as well.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting question because immigrants, migrants of all statuses have become very convenient scapegoats for a disease which really is not carried by them any more than it's carried by anyone else. So I'll be really interested to hear more about this issue of scapegoating and how it's shaping border control policy. Our expert on border control policy is Maurizio Albahari. He is Associate Professor of Anthropology at Notre Dame University and also an Associate Professor at the Keough School of Global Affairs. And Maurizio's one of his latest books, and a really brilliant book, is Crimes of Peace, Mediterranean Migration at the World's Deadliest Border. Maurizio, can you tell us a little bit about changes in border control in Europe?
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, thank you also to organizers and the institution for making this possible, because again, crises bring into starker relief and amplify pre-existing disparities and situations. So the time to really speak about migration issues, refugee issues is now. Sorry about that. And I can also speak about the situation. So essentially there are three layers to what I think is really important about Italy going on in the Mediterranean. One is, yes, the border, particularly the Mediterranean, but also land borders essentially being stuck as of now, northeastern Italy, et cetera, et cetera. But the other one is also, people who are already in Italy in detention. And finally, people in kind of rural, informal camps, farm workers who are currently kind of stuck wherever they are. So going back to the border, Italy, to a degree, on behalf of the rest of the European Union, has a deal with Libya, where Libya, well, Libya, if we can call it Libya in the singular, where some Libyan authorities collaborate among themselves toward preventing the maritime crossing of people who might be from a lot of different countries in West Africa, in Central Africa, in North Africa, from leaving Libya toward Italy. Since the beginning of 2020, Libyan Coast Guard authorities have intercepted and sent back or brought back to Libya to my knowledge, more than 3,000 people. So these would be migrants, would be refugees, would be asylum seekers, lots of different motivations among people quite literally on the same boat. And we see in Libya, and there have been around 3,000 arrivals from Libya and Tunisia in Italy in 2020. They have continued throughout even April. There have been some so-called spontaneous or unorganized arrivals from Tunisia, but also some NGO vessels continue to operate. So there have been arrivals to Italy, but even more so to Greece and Spain. And what we're seeing also in Libya is a little bit of the, not in my backyard. So we have a ironic situation where, dramatic too, where the directors of official camps in Libya essentially do not want to take people back upon, them being intercepted and kind of repatriated in Libya. They are non-nationals, because again, they are also concerned about the virus. And we see the same logic in a bipartisan way in Italy. Upon arrival around Rome, and in Sicily, again, irrespective of political orientation, we have seen a little bit of, well, we cannot do this. We've done it in the past, but it is not the right. We cannot afford this, and at the level of municipalities, even before going into national politics and citizens and various attitudes. So I can speak to most of
Yeah,
this.
thank you for that, Maurizio. I'm actually really curious about whether this is an interesting crisis because it is actually had higher rates of transmission in host countries in Europe and in the United States than it has in sending countries so far. So I wonder if there's any sentiment among migrants themselves that it's dangerous to come towards Europe, or that Europe itself is diseased or contaminating. It sounds, Maurizio, like Libya has been thinking that someone going to Europe and then coming back poses a danger to them.
Okay, I'll get started quickly. I think Libya has actually sent, it's incredible, but they have, because they do have a civil war essentially going on, but they have sent some 30 doctors to Italy. Their health system used to be fairly strong and rely on a lot of international, including Eastern European doctors. Anyway, but a lot of the refugees and migrants, they continue to say, well, if I have to get sick, I prefer to get sick in Europe. And so the virus is really one more example of the many dangers that people know they're facing, usually the moment they decide to cross, because they have to cross, because the only way forward is to the north. There's no going back to countries of origin. There are deaths, there are horrific conditions in detention in Libya. So, this is just one more reason to leave, with the hope of maybe being cared for in Europe rather than in Libya. At least that's my understanding.
So if I may just jump into Maurizio's point. And to your question, it actually depends on the route the migrants or the refugees take. So for a lot of people who are coming via the Turkey route, most of the route for the Turkey route is you come to Iran, and then from Iran you cross over to Turkey. And a lot of this was happening in March. And during March, the number of cases in Iran was peaking. So there was a lot of fear in terms of the refugees who are coming through Iran and then going into Turkey, and then from Turkey crossing over to Greece. So essentially taking that route to come into Europe. So I think it depends a lot on the route that the refugees and the migrants take. To Maurizio's point, the route that they're taking via Niger to Libya and to Italy is different, and Africa has seen comparatively less number of cases. Having said that, when I can at least focus on what was happening when this Iran side route was being taken. So in March, Turkey actually opened up its borders. Turkey was having an issue in terms of the EU-Turkey deal, which started in 2016, and Turkey said, multiple issues. One side, the pandemic, one side, the EU-Turkey deal, and Turkey said, we're not going to stop any migrants or refugees from crossing over to Greece. So which is why when they crossed over to Greece or came into Europe, the burden became a lot more. They saw a lot more people coming in because Turkey was not stopping them. Essentially what the government in Greece did, they put the camps in lockdown, so none of the refugees currently in the camps can come out. And the new refugees who started coming in, with the fear that they may spread the disease, they were put into separate centers. And when they were put into separate centers, their asylum seeking opportunities were suspended temporarily. So the new people who were coming in could not even, under the international law, appeal for asylum, which is a violation of international law, which was then, again, there was a whole hue and cry about it, and then it has restarted. So this is the kind of pattern you were seeing coming from this route. Maurizio, if I may just jump in and ask something to you, if I can, Elizabeth. You know, I was in Niger last year around May, and I was covering the entire the entire crisis from Niger, the migration route from Niger to Libya, and then from Libya to Italy. I mean, the EU policies, even then, you know, were extremely not favorable to refugees. Just like you said, anybody who came onto any boats that came to rescue these people were being arrested. And most of these, and there was a civil war going on, so people were being pushed back. How much more worse has it got? Because what my understanding is, the EU policies are not favorable on that route, and neither are they favorable in this route. So it's a catch-22 situation.
Should I answer?
Please, absolutely.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. It was already really, really bad, as Prialis said. I mean, the European Union better policies of, you know, again, without too much jargon, but essentially externalization and outsourcing of migration, they now really go back a few years. I mean, we can talk about Gaddafi, we can talk about, again, Niger, Spain and Senegal. So, you know, can it get any worse than that? Well, to a degree, just to stick to the, you know, current situation, Italy and Malta have kind of formally stated that, you know, in light of the pandemic, their ports are not safe ports. So, you know, so in a sense of, you know, places of safety, broadly understood, where people can, you know, not only be disembarked, which is a first step, but also, you know, be received properly and in a dignified way, and, you know, lodge their applications. So, you know, already with the prior government, which was more to the right wing than the current one, around 2018, we had this situation of, you know, standoffs far from the Italian and Maltese ports because of strictly political reasons. Now, COVID-19 adds the, whether we call it excuse or reason or, you know, legitimation for this kind of closure of ports in southern Italy and Malta, with, again, saying, you know, with, again, there being a virus, and therefore, you know, it's very interesting, the rhetorics in the actual document that they read from the ministry, various ministries in Italy, the rhetoric is that, you know, we cannot really offer like a dignified, you know, humanitarian reception. So the implication being, we might as well, you know, leave them at sea for indefinite times, or just have them, the Libyan authorities, take them back to Libya. So it is bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a general question to bring up, which is, you know, to what extent are particularly populist governments seeing migrants as convenient scapegoats and seeing this crisis as an excuse to institute anti-migrant policy they wanted to integrate anyway? To what extent are these policies limiting migration, more or less throwing red meat to a political base? Priali, you want to jump in?
Sure. So what I've heard in terms of what's going on currently is, for one of the examples that I said, you know, that there was a violation of the international law in the first place, that, you know, the asylum seeking process was suspended. So that itself is a huge violation. So lots of activism around it, lots of hue and cry, which kind of brought this back. But there are so many cases which are pending. There are so many asylum seekers whose cases are pending and who are not getting, already there was a new Greek law which came into effect, which said, so just to make it easier to understand, what's happening is, because of the pandemic, there are so many asylum cases which are pending, they're not getting a fair hearing, is what I'm hearing. They don't have access to lawyers. because it's difficult for them to access lawyers if they're locked in a camp. How much can they connect to people via phones? It's difficult for the lawyers to leave Athens and come to Lesbos or go to the islands and help these people. So it's become a situation where nobody is getting a fair hearing and a fair fighting chance in terms of his or her asylum seeking process.
Yeah, it seems like there's some possibility that this crisis may spell the end of the 1951 Convention on the Rights of Refugees, that the entire global system for seeking and obtaining asylum is now breaking down in a way it has not since the end of World War II. So is this it? Is this the end of the ability to seek safety and asylum in another country?
I mean, if that question is for me, then I hope in hell not. but you know, there hasn't been much commitment from the major big players in European Union to say, okay, we will take these people. We have the capacity to take these people. We have the facilities, we have the systems in place that if at all these people are infected, we will be able to take care of them. We have quarantine measures. There hasn't been a commitment. What they have come out and said after months is that they will take 1,600 unaccompanied minor boys. We know how this pandemic affects senior people. Why are we not talking about people who are senior citizens and who have basically nothing in the camps? You know, if we talk about this one island, Lesbos, and it's representative of largely various other refugees hotspots. Just this one island has about 100,000 people, of which 20,000 people are refugees. And there are 6 intensive care beds. It's not a question of if the pandemic is going to start spreading. It's about when it does, what are the mechanisms in place to prevent this? Have we just given up? Has the EU or any other developed world just given up and said, we are not responsible for these people and we're just going to watch and see what happens? Because officially or unofficially, they're at this point stateless, or it's like there's nobody taking responsibility.
Yeah, it's a complete abdication of responsibility, and it seems like it's accelerating a trend that was happening otherwise. One of the things I find very interesting has been the intense rhetoric around keeping out migrants as disease carriers, while we're not doing the same for, say, business travelers or tourists, right, who are actually much more likely carriers of this disease than migrants, or at least there's an equal chance of being carriers. So we're talking also about really disparate health effects because just in terms of disparate access to care. So people who don't have the ability to seek care, I'm thinking of meatpacking workers in the United States who are almost all refugees. Those people are being exposed to more risk. They have less opportunity for care. So we're talking again about the very uneven effects of this on different kinds of populations. I wonder, one of the things I've noticed, certainly in my own life, as well as watching other people, is how much COVID-19 has revealed how we've outsourced domestic reproduction work, childcare, elder care, cleaning, cooking. We've outsourced that to more vulnerable working class populations. And now as they're getting sicker, they're being exposed to increasing amounts of risk, and that those commodity chains and those chains of social reproduction are breaking down. Elena, do you think you could talk a little bit about what's happening both to the migrants you know and the people they care for?
Yeah, so, but I just wanted to follow up some of the discussions that we had just now. So with Mauricio and Priali, the cases that they refer to about the refugees is, of course, and about the, about the responsibility that the state takes and how the state reconfigure their position in relation to their responsibilities towards these people. I think it is really a part of a larger process that COVID has brought really to the forefront. And it is basically, it's a kind of a re-evaluating of the worth of the human being. And in a sense, these conversations about the workers, who are the people who are working, who are the people who cannot afford to stop working. It basically starts boiling down not only to what kind of skills people have or what kind of needs different economies have for different types of people, but it becomes about this ability or agreement to put their lives at risk in the jobs like, everyday reshelving or driving or bringing food to people's homes or taking care of the sick people, the nurses, the care workers. And I think what we see is not only a reconfiguration of the state's position in relation to such vulnerable people as refugees, but also in general, there is a kind of new, well, not new, but reinvention of the legitimacy of the mechanisms of control over the mobility of people. So what I found, for example, I mean, what we see recently is this kind of a particular focus on the discourse of the essential worker. But what I find really interesting is that what emerges next to it is this kind of discussion about the demand that the economy has on these people and the discussion about how the state has the right to control these people. So, for example, with the discussion about the seasonal workers, the agricultural workers, the people, again, the refugees who were basically in some countries like Spain were pushed into employment all of a sudden, in a particular types of employment. What we have is that we, for example, in the case of Germany, where Germans import workers from Romania, and kind of this complete legitimacy of control. They talk about the people that they will bring in batches, that they will measure their temperature, put them in quarantine for 14 days. These people will not be allowed to leave their housing. They will be only allowed to work, brought back from work by transport, brought to work by transport. And then after the period of work is over, they'll be transported back to Romania. And in a sense, it's a very interesting shift of discussion because 3 months ago, this was called slavery, basically. When you saw a human being as the only performer of a particular type of work, and now it is becoming all legitimized by this, under this need to preserve the safety and the safety of which citizens. Because if we still look at the housing conditions into which these people are brought, there are still conditions in which you cannot maintain quarantine, in which you cannot maintain social distancing. Of course, maybe they're not as dry, as bad as the ones in the refugee camps, but they're still not the ones that can guarantee safety and health, for these workers. Sorry, this is a detour. But going back to the carers, I mean, I think that carers are faced with many of the issues that Mauricio was referring to, which I would call something like a dual frame of reference. On one hand, one frame of reference is that they are putting their lives at risk by continuing to work because their work cannot be carried on online. Their work requires very intimate personal contact with the bodies of other people, with the presence in people's homes, sort of entering people's private spaces. But on the other hand, they're also faced with the risks, what will happen to them if they lose their jobs? And many of these people, because of the type of employment that they carry out, they either, for example, in cases where people live in the families, if they lose their job, or if the family says, we want to have a social distancing and we don't want you to come in anymore, or we can't afford to keep you in because we are afraid that you can, facilitate spread of disease or whatever, then where can these people go? or if they come and visit certain homes and do the cleaning or do the care for hours, several hours per day, then if they lose this job, can they afford to pay their rent? What are the social networks that they have to fall back onto in case of some kind of emergency? And what kind of mechanisms are there in case of the state, the state or national policies that are trying to create these safety networks for these people? And again, this is exactly following the same logic of not being responsible for this, you know, for putting all the responsibility on the shoulders of these people. So it is a continuation of the same discussion, I think.
We have a question from the audience. What sort of protection against abuses from their host do migrant caretakers have? And how does their extremely vulnerable position, being asked to stay in quarantine for 14 days without pay, for example, fit in with the legal obligations of states towards their workers?
I mean, it really depends, of course, on all sorts of national frameworks. So, for example, when if we talk about Italy here specifically, then, for example, care workers have been recognized as the essential workers. So they weren't. So Italy has passed a law, Cura Italia, which is about basically preventing people from being fired for 2 months during the period of the quarantine or the lockdown. And there's some other provisions, but actually it excludes the so-called essential workers who are allowed to continue to work. So basically, under the lockdown in Italy, care workers were allowed to commute in public transport, to go to work, to continue their professional activities, basically, which is, of course, again, it's this kind of dual frame of reference. Do you prefer to take risk, or do you prefer to take care of your health and step out of this very risky type of employment? And the question is, can you actually afford to stop working under these conditions? So there is it depends also, of course, on the status of regularity of the migrant. So if someone is employed formally, then if they lose their job, then they are entitled to certain payments, like over a month's payment and the so-called 13th salary and other different provisions. If people are working irregularly, then it's really up to them negotiating with the employer. And they have some sort of safety provisions in the sense that they can also use medical care, or they can use some payments, which are like the last source of payment kind of thing that they can ask. But the question is that how much these people actually use these resources. And from all the research that we have, we see that particularly care workers are not very educated and not very active in terms of reaching out and protecting their own rights. And for example, if we talk about specifically Ukrainians, who are like the fifth biggest migrant group in Italy, over 80%, so we talk about approximately 230,000 people, 80% of these people are women, and over 30% of these women are over 60 years old themselves. So it's a particular group of people that engage with the state and which engage with the law in a particular way. And a lot of that way is basically non-engaging. So a lot of these women are trying to solve things by themselves, for themselves. So they have actually, in fact, very little protection, and they've been always relying more on an informal kind of networks. And this is what is really failing right now because of the lockdowns as well.
Yeah, I was thinking of Hannah Arendt's comment about refugees, which is that they are neither protected by their sending state or their host state. They become de facto stateless. And here we have people who are de facto citizens of one country working in another, but in fact are de facto stateless beyond the protection of any state. We've talked a little bit about the state response to COVID-19, but I wonder if we can talk a little bit about how non-governmental organizations are responding to the crisis. And Priyali, I'm particularly interested in what you've heard from Greece, given that there was, what was it, about 6 weeks ago, a big movement to push NGOs off the Greek islands. So now that you have a population that is on lockdown, which is highly vulnerable to the spread of disease, have the locals taken a different response to NGOs? What are NGOs doing in responses, putting themselves and their workers at risk as well?
Right, so you're correct. 6 weeks ago, there were lots of clashes on the island. In fact, this started about 8 weeks ago. So I was there at the island when this started. There was riot police out on the streets. There has been lots of right-wing elements which kind of threatened the local volunteers and the nonprofit organizations which were working on the islands. And so they had to leave. Their leaving did not have much to do with the pandemic, but because of these threats. So that's why a lot of nonprofit organizations had to leave the island. But now, even if they want to go back and want to support during the pandemic, they can't do that. So there are very few non-governmental organizations, especially when we're talking about these islands, which are working there. But a lot of them are trying to work virtually and online and trying to send as much support. For example, the Azadi Project, which is my nonprofit, we, as you said, teach digital livelihood skills. But we realize that the pandemic is unprecedented and the need on the ground is at this point hygiene supplies. You know, women don't have basic access to soaps and sanitary pads. They get 4 sanitary pads for a month. So the crisis is crucial. I mean, it's just making things worse. So we have started a campaign to send sanitary and hygiene supplies to them. So like us, there are many other non-governmental organizations who are online coming together, partnering with each other and trying to help the refugees on the ground. And since you asked about the local community, there have been some on the ground collaborations between locals and the refugees themselves who've come together to do things like making masks. There's an organization where the locals of the island and the refugees together have started stitching masks to supply to not just the refugees, but also the local communities. So I think people in their own way, they see this as it's important. And I think people understand this more when they're on the ground and they see somebody like themselves suffering. So I think people are coming together to try and help as much, is what I would say.
Sorry. Maurizio, have you heard anything about NGO responses changing in response to the crisis? Particularly, I'm interested in the rescue boats out in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, well, I think that there might be one at the Alan Kurdi that is kind of continues to work. But beyond that, there is still just as Priyali said, there is quite a bit going on in terms of what was already ongoing, the mobilization for things like water and food for rural farm workers and all of that. But also there's a broader, aid, charity. There's some church activity in terms of assistance. There's also a broader kind of mobilization toward the recognition of the rights of everyone at this specific moment. So concretely, there's a possibility that the government will work toward an amnesty toward these at least 200,000 farm workers, as Olena said, essentially because they're needed and everyone can see that. So, but there's also the NGOs and lawyers and scholars and academics, circulating and coming out with petitions and proposals for legislation that would essentially regularize or provide some sort of an amnesty to everyone, precisely because, again, I think a lot of people are recognizing that, yeah, sure, people are needed, and we realize this right now, whether it's about the domestic caregivers or farm workers, or again, could be so many other sectors, from doctors to people working in the Amazon warehouse, et cetera, but again, right now, perhaps ironically, there is this broader mobilization to say we need a broader legal recognition, which also carries with itself some dignity, some protection, some financial or other sort of safety nets for these people. So that is happening, while at the same time, yes, the maritime border is more impermeable than it was in the recent past. And there is the mobilization also for the but that's a bit more fringe, unfortunately, in my opinion. But people in Italian prisons kind of revolted early on. Well, also people in reception or kind of detention camps for migrants and refugees, doing things like burning mattresses, as they have always done, and rebelling because, again, conditions are quite crowded and it is an additional risk. So there are the usual NGOs and kind of activist groups mobilizing on their behalf to mitigate the conditions in refugee kind of centers and detention centers. Detention centers will be for people who are to be deported at some point.
Yeah, I think one of the really interesting disconnects we're seeing right now is, on the one hand, we're realizing just how essential migrants, both documented and undocumented, are to our economies. And at the same moment in time, they're being scapegoated. So on the one hand, in the United States, Trump is ordering that meatpacking plants stay open, and they are 100% staffed by refugees. And at the same time, he's shutting down all admission of refugees. And I see that happening in Europe as well, that somehow essential workers and migrants have become two separate groups, when in fact, they're the same bunch of people. And we're really realizing how dependent our economic and social structures are on these people. So how we bring those two things together so that there's a wider public recognition of the essential role of migrants in our societies is an open question, I think. Priyali, you mentioned something that I thought was really interesting, and I'd love to hear from you and Elena both on it, which is about the role of gender in all this. How does gender play into making people differently vulnerable in this situation? We know that men are more vulnerable to COVID-19 than women. They have generally worse outcomes, and they experience the disease more severely. But we also know that women are in many ways economically and socially more vulnerable. So does gender matter in all of this?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Yes, absolutely. I think women are disproportionately impacted. They are disproportionately impacted in various ways. May not be in terms of contracting the disease, but just an example of what happened in one of the camps in Greece. A pregnant woman went into labor and went to the hospital, and that's where she contracted this. She came back, and that's how it spread. Having said all of that, even in terms of basic necessities, it is extremely difficult for women to have access to basic hygiene, which is what I was talking about in the beginning. We're talking about spaces where there is one toilet for 80 people. We're talking about spaces where there is a shower for 180 people. So for women to go in there and try and access basic hygiene measures, it's easier specifically. I don't want to say it's easier for men, But if you had to compare biologically in certain aspects in terms of, you know, when women have their period, when they don't have access to sanitary pads, when at night they cannot go to the toilets because there's a threat that men might rape them. I've spoken to refugee women at the camps who say that they sleep with diapers at night so that they don't have to go out and step out and fear being raped. And right now they don't have access to diapers. So they're getting UTIs because they stay in the camp through the night or in their tents through the night. So yes, women are disproportionately impacted when supplies get less, when the tensions get more. The immediate victims are women. It's always something that has been seen.
Elena,
if I can just add to that, I mean, if we talk about, again, if we kind of turn our discussion in the sense of who is essential worker these days and what has become essential in the conditions of the lockdown, and look at the types of the jobs that were done by migrants and especially by migrant women, we can see that jobs like cleaning and caring for elderly and for children, it is something that requires presence. It is something that cannot be put online. It is something that is daily necessity, kind of. It has to be performed every day. It has very real physical and very real time aspect to it. So from this perspective, of course, women who disproportionately represented, you know, in nursing jobs, in caring jobs, in domestic work, they have sort of the ones who didn't really have a choice to stop their activities, you know, if they wanted to survive economically, because for many of them, their jobs is the economical survival and actual survival. So from this perspective, yes, I would say that gender definitely matters, but it also matters from the perspective of on the kind of a narrative level or on the discourse level, because earlier you, Elizabeth, mentioned about the kind of a portrayal of migrants as someone who spreads the disease or someone who is blamed for spread of the disease. I find it very interesting in connection to specifically female migration from Ukraine, because I mean, from the very beginning, this has been a highly stigmatized form of migration. We have, you know, historical statements by the Ukrainian presidents at different time, calling all the women who left prostitutes, and sort of there's a kind of overwhelming blame the mothers who left their children behind, the Euro orphan discussion about how could they leave their families behind in search for income and stuff like that. But what is happening now in COVID is in the Facebook groups, for example, there emerged a discourse about the responsibility of these women not to go back and not to bring the disease back to Ukraine. So it kind of like they internalize this protection and care over everything and everybody. They take care of the Italian elderly people, but they also take care of Ukraine as a state, not to spread disease, and they feel this responsibility in themselves, which wasn't really happening in any other context. You know, it was specifically happening in the context of female migration to Italy. Don't come back, don't bring the disease back to Ukraine, to our people, our children back home. So yes, I definitely think that all of these processes, I mean, as we know, are gendered.
I think this is just fascinating to talk about the duty, not of the state to care for migrants, but now for migrants to care for the state. And that certainly has been revealed, especially the drop in remittances worldwide has been so significant that it turns out many states are utterly dependent on these working people and particularly on working women. I wonder how this has played out in terms of an increased burden on women in their own domestic spheres. I mean, the labor of shopping in a pandemic, or the labor of cleaning up, you know, keeping houses clean when you have 7 people shoved in there, or keeping things sterile and sanitized. Have you seen that there's just, on top of everything else, an increased burden of domestic work at home for women?
So, I mean, this is something we've seen like worldwide. It's not very restrictive to either migrant women or refugee women. This is something which has been a trend, unfortunately. But what I can say, when spaces are smaller and where conditions are tighter, the percentage or the chances of being subjected to domestic violence gets higher. And I don't have data to prove it, but from whatever I have spoken to people, it seems like living in small tents and being completely restricted there in terms of, currently people in the camps are not even getting money. They're not even getting the monthly cash. So all of this adding a stress will in a way leads to them being subjected to more violence inside and even when they go outside. So I don't know in terms of the domestic work how that has changed specifically in the camp, but I think it's a global trend.
I know certainly that lots of people are having to do care work outside the home, and then this extra burden of extra care work inside the home. One of the things that we sort of touched on briefly that I'd love to explore a little more in terms of differentiated vulnerabilities in migrant groups is the effect of age. So particularly talking about, the elderly, who we know are more vulnerable to COVID-19 and who are less well supported in camps in particular, and also the impact of this on children. Does anybody want to talk a little bit about age?
I'm happy to jump in on the elderly part, and then I'll let Elena and Mauricio speak on the children if they want to. But yes, in terms of the elderly, initially Elena mentioned that people are looking to bring in migrants who can provide value, right? So people who can do some kind of work, which is why we see more and more unaccompanied minors being brought into the EU countries. But it doesn't mean that the camps, the refugee population is largely a younger population. That's true. It's not a very aged population. But yes, there are people who are senior citizens there. What are we doing in terms of that? Is there any kind of protection measure there? Because they don't add any value, or their span of adding value to the economy of the country is very limited. Is that why we exclude them? Like, these are questions we need to ask, and these are questions we need to ask, especially given the pandemic, because we do know that this, as you said, disproportionately affects the senior people.
Yeah, one of the things, I lived for a year in a camp in the Republic of Georgia right after the Russian invasion. And one of the things we found there is that it was a disproportionately old population, and people were dropping like flies, not from war-related injuries, but from untreated chronic disease. They had lost access to insulin if they were diabetics, or blood sugar test strips. They had lost access to hypertension medications, and this was causing people to stroke out, for example. So these underlying conditions, which disproportionately affect middle-aged and older people, are also things that make you much more vulnerable to COVID-19. And the less you can control them, the more vulnerable you are. So there's a kind of rolling spiral of vulnerability, where the more vulnerable you are to the disease, the less likely you are to have money to control your underlying conditions, which makes you more likely to contract the disease. So I'm really interested in the impact of this on elderly migrants themselves, who are a smaller fragment of that population, but still certainly exist very much. Elena, do you see any age-related changes, both in terms of age of migrants and age of their clients?
Well, like I said, and like we've been talking from the beginning, I don't see that there is any kind of a change. I just see really the intensification of some of the things that were always there. So COVID really made some of the things very, very acute. Just like you say that the more aging migrants, like more aging population, and specifically Asian migrants are more vulnerable in the sense that the way they navigate information spaces, the way they are exposed to risks, for example, during mobility or during undertaking their journeys or living under particular living conditions, you know, or working particular jobs. So just in the same way, really, all these things became really magnified through COVID. I mean, especially in the case for Ukrainian caregivers, like as I said, Ukrainian migration to Italy is a very specific one, not only in terms of gender, but in terms of age, with the mean age of migrants around 43, 45, and significant, like 30% are over 60. So these are the people who have been, who are, you know, already de facto in a vulnerability group. But the same things that have pushed them initially to migration are the ones that are keeping them in migration and are the ones that are pushing them to undertake even further and more acute risks. So, and when I talk about this, I again refer to this dual frame of reference in which migrants often operate. And this is, yes, here it's bad and it's risky and I might face danger of contracting a COVID, but what is it that is waiting me back at home? And this is particular, this age of, this age group of migrants, they are very much aware that their options back at home are actually extremely limited. Especially when we talk about women. I mean, in Ukrainian labor market, unfortunately, ageism is a very profound problem. If you're over 40, you're basically socially, I mean, the meaning of the social age is a bit different in Ukrainian society, as you probably know from the Georgian context. You know, when women come to Italy at the age of 43, this is the age when many of them become grandmothers for the first time. While being 43 in Italy, it is the time when many women in Italy have children for the first time, you know? So this difference in social age and in the meaning and in opportunities is something that really makes these women stay in Italy and risk it all, because they're really one of the biggest fears that came up in my interviews when I was still doing my interviews for the PhD, for example, was the fear of returning and being stuck back at home without employment, without security, without income, without being able to help their families, depending on the families with whom the relationships have gone sour because of the migration. You know, these are all things that make them feel that whatever it is that they're facing in Italy, they prefer to stay, still, like Maurizio was saying, they still prefer to stay there and not depend on anybody and sort of kind of fall in the hands and of the Italian state rather than risk it the return and being stuck at home.
Yeah, we had a question from the audience that kind of echoed that theme. Someone asked, could you talk about migrant workers returning home to their home communities during the pandemic? Ukraine, for example, started with strict quarantine of the first returning citizens from China, but then continued with much less control of movement of returning labor migrants from Italy. It's my understanding that this state response towards inviting migrants back in has been extremely controversial in Ukraine, stirring all sorts of anxieties. So has there been a general, you know, you talked about how the women themselves were saying they shouldn't return and bring the disease back, but has that been a generalized narrative in Ukraine by the families, friends, neighbors of these people, of the migrants?
Well, I think Ukraine kind of went notorious all around social media with the first response to the return of the Ukrainian citizens from China when they were kind of chased away by the caring citizens, you know, and things like this. So there's been incredible lack of solidarity that's been revealed from day one, basically. And in the media, you still hear the kind of stories that, oh, this and this many people have contracted COVID because someone has returned and, you know, contaminated the rest of the family and things like this. So, but the truth is that there's been such an incredible mobility. I mean, Ukrainian population, especially with the open, with getting access to 90-day free access to the European Union. I mean, it has become such an incredibly mobile society, and so many people not only like kind of top up their yearly economic activities with this mobility, but they actually depend very heavily on these trips and on this mobility, that I think it would be unrealistic to say that Ukrainian state could in any form kind of take control or claim control over these processes. And for many returned migrants, the question was really, going back to the very beginning of our conversation, is who are those people who could afford to return? Because many people simply could not afford to return or could not even contemplate a thought of return. And this is also has to do something with very much with the deliberate construction of an unskilled worker that we see happening in Europe. A lot of the mobility opportunities that are there, they are the opportunities that do not allow for any kind of recognition of your work experience or of your value. It's always temporary works, seasonal works. Even if you do it for 20 years, you do it for 20 years in different countries, you're still unskilled. We have nursing homes that are saying, we don't look for skilled nurses, we're looking for nurses with big hearts, which is completely disqualifying the people for whatever they do, and completely, purposefully creating a mass of unskilled workers who are not really unskilled at all, and so for many of the people who were considering return, this return would mean really remigration very soon, because they knew that they would not be able to sustain themselves in Ukraine. But then the question was under which conditions they would be able to return. And basically that was about starting from scratch.
Yeah, and the question of qualification, I think, is a really interesting one when we see such an increased demand for health professionals, for example, and yet we have tons of migrant health professionals who cannot get qualifications to practice. So in a certain way, again, we have this disjuncture between the actual needs of the labor market for migrant labor, the ability of migrants to provide it, and then the stories we tell, which are keeping jobs and qualified workers from matching up. And I wonder, has there been any discussion in the newspapers that you're reading in Europe about the need for migrant workers and the drive to re-qualify them in a more expedited way? I know, for example, Syria had a really high number of skilled medical professionals who are finding difficulties becoming re-qualified in Europe.
I'll say a couple of things.
Yeah.
I think it's the universal kind of false dichotomy between skilled and unskilled, meaning that, as you just said, people might be doctors, might be nurses with formal education, but then it needs to be notarized or so many other constraints. I know that again, in whether it's the UK or Italy, lots of different, Germany, also different doctors. It's not so much about migrant backgrounds; they are actually foreign-born, and their contribution. People are smart, is being recognized. Having said that, though, I think both Olena and Priyali were kind of saying or implying this earlier too, that the essential qualities are a bit of a slippery slope, right? Because especially when it applies to the legalities of asylum or refugee or being a refugee, in theory, that does not have anything to do with how people should be granted that right to apply for asylum or to be resettled, right? It's not about their demographic or economic or societal contributions, right? There is a legal, in theory, there's a legal obligation. So so having said that, so anyway, that's one thing, like the kind of ethical challenges of just relying in, you know, whatever kind of migration discourse about migration we're producing on relying on the essential nature. But, you know, from a more factual point of view, which also has implications to gender and age, if it is true that maybe even half of all the deaths in Europe happen as a result of COVID-19, as a, you know, comorbidity factor, et cetera, it looks like they might have happened in nursing homes. So, you know, nursing homes, I mean, already in the Italian or Southern European kind of cultural context, nursing homes are kind of a new thing. Even, you know, within my generation, it wouldn't be acceptable to put your parents or grandparents in a new nursing home. So what I'm saying is that it's likely that people who can afford it will prefer very much to have you know, women or others working at home and keeping those grandparents who are surviving this crisis, you know, at home, rather than keep paying for nursing home over the next, you know, foreseeable future. So that will mean an augmented, you know, higher demand for Eastern European and Latin American workers. You know, what does it mean in terms of pay? What does it mean in terms of regular versus, you know, undocumented status? That perhaps is kind of too early to say, but I'm afraid that, you know, all of these reinforces institutional, the institutional prerogative, state prerogatives to just discriminate, right? To deliberate and, you know, discriminate, to decide who is deserving of being admitted or who is deserving of regularization, who is deserving of rights, and who is not, right? So whether they might become more restrictive in terms of skilled or unskilled, or, you know, labor versus refugee migration, I think one thing we can say almost for sure is that, you know, states will want to kind of cling and further reinforce their prerogative in defining, again, along gender, along age, along, you know, based on professional background, who is needed and who is necessary and who is, you know, to be admitted and who is to be kept in Libya or in Moldova or in et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and we've seen that discourse emerging over the last 18 months or so, you know, with the question of using scales to determine the value of a potential migrant, and you know, making sure that you get automatic entry if you've won an Olympic gold medal, but not getting automatic entry or any entry if you're an agricultural worker. And so one question is, are we done with the right to asylum? Are we done judging the right to move on the basis of need, and now start to judge it on the basis of value in the terms of market value? But the other question is, if we are moving towards a hierarchization of value of the human person based on their contributions to a labor market, is that hierarchy changing, where all of a sudden an Olympic gold medal isn't going to do much, but we really need you if you can pick lettuce? So this question of the revaluation of labor, I think, is an interesting one. And what I've been seeing in the United States is this question being dealt with on a completely ad hoc basis, right? So there's still the discourse about how agricultural workers or grocery store workers or restaurant workers, care workers are not valuable because they're unskilled and they're competing with Americans for jobs, which they are not. And at the same time, there's been all sorts of exemptions for meatpacking workers and farm workers who can pick. And so the value of those people is being handled on an exceptional basis. Like, we don't want agricultural workers, except for now when we do. So we'll back off on enforcement while keeping the rule the same. Have you seen the same thing, that in fact you see these kinds of pocket of exception or discourses around changing the value of immigrant labor?
I can start on this because It is really close to my heart. Yeah, I think Europe's been doing exceptionally bad in terms of addressing that kind of coming in terms of understanding the value of the human labor and the value of the human life and the you know the worker and the sort of and the workers' rights in the first place. So whether we talk about, you know, clapping to NHS and then never pushing for any kind of systematic institutional revision of the recognition of this position, you know, turning people into heroes rather than treating them as citizens who have been actually, you know, for years and years neglected by the system. So whether it's this kind of response or whether it's response to the need of, like what you're saying, Elizabeth, you know, the need of the seasonal workers, where the approach is, we'll just bring them in. And in all of this approach, what we see in absolutely every country, there is incredible emphasis on how are we going to secure safe transportation of these people, and how are we going to sort of prevent them from making any damage to our, you know, to the COVID picture, so to say. But there is virtually no discussion about the rights and the conditions of these workers. I mean, it is next to zero. So no one is talking about how to create living conditions or accommodation for the workers where they can actually maintain social distancing, for example. You know, they will measure your temperature when they bring you from Romania or Bulgaria in the airport, and they will put you for the 14-day quarantine in a dorm with 3 other people in the room or 5 other people in the room, and they will not pay for your food because they're just providing you with the housing, but they're not providing you with the food. And then you will not be able to go outside and step outside of this accommodation, but inside the accommodation, you'll be crowded with all these people in one room, you know? So I don't think that we are moving in any positive direction in this sense. Because like you said, not only these measures are all very much ad hoc, but again, we are reconstructing the migrant as a subject of a state control, basically. This is not a discussion about human rights. This is not a discussion about the workers' rights. This is not a discussion about how to create sustainable systems in which this can work. This is a discussion about how to create an effective state control over mobility of people who are needed or not needed. And this is just, you know, we're just trotting on the same path, basically, which has been just brought to, again, to a much more extreme with the COVID.
It's such a powerful statement. And I think you're right that the whole discourse on migration, even before COVID, had gone away from thinking about human rights, certainly away from thinking about workers' rights, and now has shifted towards the constitution of the migrant as an exploitable subject, right? To what extent can we extract value from them? And that's a real shift, I think, particularly in the way we handle forced migration, which was up until recently really a conversation about the rights of the human person to bodily safety. And now we've discarded even the right to bodily integrity of the migrant because we're willing to expose them to COVID in ways we're not willing to expose citizens, or less willing to expose citizens. So some of the penalty you pay as a migrant now is simply an increased risk of disease, not just immediate death on the Mediterranean, but long-term harm, long-term death, long-term exposure to risk. And that's, I think, a really serious paradigm shift in the way we think about forced migration in particular, as well as labor migration. We're getting to the end of our time here, but I wonder if any of you would like to throw out a topic that we haven't dealt with that you think we've missed dealing with.
I know we spoke a lot about migrants, but I'm just like pulling it back into the refugee issue. And when we determine, you know, what does the 1951 Refugee Convention say? That somebody should be granted asylum if that person has faced threat or faces threat or is persecuted back in the home country. That should be always the basis of granting asylum. And I think currently, and even in the past few months and unfortunately years, people have started working around it. Most of the asylum seeking interviews, they don't even have proper translators for people, for the refugees or the asylum seekers to be able to translate their concerns. There is a basic gap in the main asylum seeking process. And I think it all comes into like, what is the basis of granting somebody asylum? Are we looking at that person from the point of view of how much value or how much worth can this person bring to our country and to our economy? Because if that's the case, then that's not what the 1951 Refugee Convention says. That should not ever be the basis of granting asylum.
Yeah, the basis of granting asylum has always been credible fear of violence from your own state, credible fear of violence in your own state. And this discussion about credible fear has been completely shunted to the wayside. And I have not heard anyone talking about what do we do with people who legitimately have a credible fear that their lives or freedoms may be taken away if they're returned. And it's interesting that we're no longer seeing that as any particular violation. There's been no outcry about deporting people back to situations where they face the strong likelihood of death. And I think that this discussion around essential workers is going to do even more to mask that over. That's a conversation that you can no longer frame that way in the public sphere. And I think that that's an absolute tragedy. Mauricio, you look, oh, sorry, Priyali?
Just like a short point, the EU has currently said that they would give 2,000 euros to somebody who voluntarily wants to return. We're talking about somebody wanting to voluntarily return during a pandemic and going back to the same situations that they fled and they escaped and they took the most dangerous routes to come to safety. Like, this is ridiculous. So what are we even talking about at this point?
Yeah, and the role that coercion plays now for migrants in the European Union, you know, the ways that they are economically and socially coerced to leave or to hide or to not enter in the first place. And we really haven't talked about that. I think, Elena, you alluded to it, but it is certainly a measure of state control now, the extent to which you can unofficially coerce people into voluntarily repatriating. That's a really dangerous precedent to set. Mauricio, you were about to say that we mentioned something else that we hadn't brought up.
Well, I think you already did, and you know, I think Olena and Priyali also, you know, this way to understand. We're ironically maybe even going back to this way to understand people as, you know, in the German approach, the guest worker, right, the Gastarbeiter. In the US, the bracero, right, about the manual, you know, contribution. But I think that, you know, we haven't talked a lot about kind of the macro, I even hate the word, but, you know, the macroeconomic picture. So for example, when it comes to, you know, rural farm workers, whether it's about Greece, I mean, some of them being refugees, or also, you know, and indeed Romania, Bulgaria, Poland as countries of origin for farm workers, and, you know, authorities in some parts of southern Italy, including where I'm from, saying it's easier to work with West African or other African farm workers in terms of you know, legal issues or like denouncing their, you know, exploiters than with Eastern Europeans. Which again, in theory, will be, you know, European Union citizens are working for like 3.5 euros per hour for 11 hours, with some of the pay being withheld because of, you know, lodging and food and transportation being offered by the employer. But then the employer would tell you, well, like, you know, dairy and farm companies, they feel stuck when it comes to, you know, the purchasing power and almost the price fixing capabilities of, you know, big distribution, like organized, like this will be the big companies that buy fruit and veggies and meat and whatever, and can afford to keep prices down. and indirectly, giving very little margin to employers and to workers to live off. So that's kind of a one more, negative kind of aspect worthy of attention, because of course, we to a degree we still focus on individual governments and countries and authorities, but on the other hand, this kind of global these economic dynamics, I'm thinking citrus or olives or tomatoes, are kind of really global, or at the very least regional, in terms of competition and prices, and who's competitive, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but it's a reminder that global challenges would ideally, and the refugee being one, climate change, COVID-19 being good examples, they would require multilateral, coordinated, collaborative approaches. But on the other hand, we also have a lot of the ethno-national solutions or demagoguery being proposed as the way forward. Having said that, there is also quite a bit of mobilization. I mean, there are still citizens and refugees and children of migrants and refugees who are collaborating and exchanging. And so some people say, well, the economic crisis will be so bad that all the plans we're making now will be kind of shattered. But others are saying there will be the need for economic and societal reconstruction. And so can this be or become a moment, I'm afraid quite a long moment, when we can afford to imagine and envision new economics of exchange, new forms of mutual obligation. And then once we imagine, as we might be doing in this panel, of course that does not mean that you have a societal consensus as everyone is on board, right? You still are going to have some societal conflict, some conflict between different parties and coalitions and maybe even countries. But I am convinced that there are still voices out there, not only academic but non-governmental, religious, political, civic, that keep alive kind of the conflict or the contradictions or whatever, but the discourse that is necessary for all of us globally, and especially in Europe, not to settle on, okay, there's nothing that can be done, or that we cannot afford more refugees or things like that. So I can see a flame out there that is still burning. Pardon my rhetorics.
That's such a hopeful note, Maurizio, which I really appreciate. And we really haven't talked very much about the role of non-state agents like corporations in this question. And I know that corporations have been hugely influential in migration policy because they depend on migrant labor. And they've been very pro-migrant, pro-refugee in general, and pro-migrant. So as part of economic reconstruction, how could the EU's migration policy change in ways that are better for migrants at the same time being better for the overall economy, is a question to open and I think to ask very loudly. I really love the notion that there is a path forward in which we can keep that flame burning, in which we can continue to talk about human rights and about the value of people who are conflict affected, who are economically affected and have to leave their families, and start to see those people as worthwhile rather than a problem to be solved. So I really appreciate all of your participation. Any last words from anyone? Anything you want to get across that you haven't?
I just wanted to add, if I may, one last thing on what Maurizio was saying. I'm really thinking, I completely agree with Priali that we shouldn't put a human value into the sort of utilitarian perspective of what they contribute. But I also like this perspective from, for example, from Sayat, who says that mobile body is always a working body. So especially people who are mobile, they very often very heavily intertwined with the work that they do. And whether it's recognized work or unrecognized work or caring work or even recognized as a job or just an activity within the family, helping other people to move on. So there is always a working body. And this is why I think that especially now with this economic kind of shake that Maurizio was describing, I think it is really good time and potential for workers' rights struggle. I think a lot of these things can be really moved towards the workers' rights struggles. And this is something that will hopefully, I see it as a way of bridging the difference between migrants and non-migrant, citizens and non-citizens. I mean, we're all there, we are all contributing, we are all doing our job. So we should all have the same rights, we should all have the same recognition. And from this perspective, I think there is a big potential, also not so much like what you say, maybe in terms of corporations, but for example, on mobilization of trade unions, you know, on informal trade unions and the role that they can start playing in order to, you know, to bridge these inequalities.
Yeah, and the perspective for a refugee rights movement as well, or a migrant rights movement, somebody trying to push the discussion back towards a human rights framework, as well as proposing frameworks for overcoming the citizenship divide and finding commonality between all of us. Priyali, you had one other thing to pop in?
I just want to leave everyone with the thought, which is for everyone who's listening, you know, these refugee camps in Greece or anywhere else, or the settlements that Olena spoke about, the migrant settlements, these are all in Europe. We know a face of Europe, and this is also a face of Europe. So what can we do to make sure that we bridge that gap, just as Olena was saying? So I just want to say that as a last thought.
Thank you. Yeah, and to think about what do European values mean in this moment? What is the European idea of the human person, and how do we bring this back into the conversation? It gives me tremendous hope. I want to thank all of you for coming. It was such a pleasure to meet you or to see you again. And I think I'll pass this back now to Joanna for some final words. Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you so much, Olena, Priyali, Maurizio, for this truly exciting and superb conversation. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the brilliant moderation with just the right amount of freedom given to panelists and control, and for your wonderful expertise. I would like to thank all of our guests who, in spite of various logistical and psychological challenges of the current situation, graciously and on a very short notice agreed to contribute their time and energy to create this virtual community with the rest of us. We need to remember that it's a great privilege to be able to create such a community, however temporarily, and discuss our very different vantage points from which we are witnessing this pandemic. Thanks again to Janet Cummings and her communications team for keeping us connected for 6 hours straight today, and to our administrative teams in our centers and institutes for helping us to put this event together. I think that Priyali was, it must be for Priyali 1:30 in the morning. She was talking to us from Delhi. So it sounds like it's time for all of us to retire, hoping that next time we'll be able to talk about these such fundamental issues soon and in person. And until then, on behalf of my colleagues at IU Bloomington, I wish you all good health and see you later, hopefully. Bye.
Thank you. This was great. Bye.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Bye to my co-panelists. Hope we can meet at some point in person or keep in touch. Thank you so much. I very much enjoyed this panel and your company.
When we can see each other in person again, maybe we need to have an in-person conference.
I know, that would be great.
I think we have started something today. I think the seed has been planted.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And good night to everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.